Hello, hello. How's it going? I originally wasn't planning on doing a live stream tonight, but the conditions ended up being a lot better than originally forecast. So here we are. It won't be quite as late of a stream because it is a Sunday night, but we'll see. Hello, uh, Explicando. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Um, yeah, so tomorrow evening, I think supposedly will be good as well, but then it looks like we won't have any clear weather for about 9 or 10 days. So if that holds, I'll probably end up having to do like a photo. Uh, yeah, I you had mentioned Brazil, I think, but I don't speak Spanish either, so or Portuguese, but I know people who do speak Portuguese, but not me. Hello, Thor. Ah, right. Hi. Yeah, on Discord. Hello. Good evening. Turf. How's it going? Well, that's great. Yeah. I think it might technically be better here tonight than tomorrow night, but supposedly it'll be okay tomorrow. So we'll see how that holds. But in the meantime, I went ahead and a couple of things I need to do beforehand, and let's see. Okay, and I was going to make sure that I'm actually playing my background music today. So let me double check that. Supposedly it's playing, so is it? Yeah, it looks like it's getting through. So let's get to it then. Oh, hello, Wiley Sight. Thanks for joining. Now that's rough. Bad, cloudy. Yeah, so let's get to it. Yeah, like I was saying, later in the week, after tomorrow, might do a photo processing live stream, or I might do something else. I almost pushed the button to end the stream, which was not what I was planning on doing, so let's not push that button. So let's get back to this. All right. Just trying to make sure that everything's situated correctly. Didn't mean to have it on this one. Now, I might have to restart Alp because I changed networks, and sometimes it's not happy with that. But the what do you call it? The status in the ticker is correct. It is pointing at two different stars. I'm pointing at two different stars. I just did that to get the initial alignment going, but we will go on to something else now. Yeah, there was a list of 101 weirdest cosmic objects that I think Cosmic Ray may have shared on on one of the Discord servers. And there's a few things in this list. A lot of these aren't currently visible here, or they're too small, but there were one or two that I may attempt in here. So we'll be getting back to that list in a minute. But I think the ones I was going to do are later this evening. So I have a few things. M33 I wanted to revisit. And oh wow, nice. Nice. 6 hours. That should be cool. Well, that's too bad. Wiley site was had a little mishap today while imaging a target. A plane flew through, and I was kind of curious if the SETI Astro satellite removal tool worked, and it didn't. But it was, he said it was just a single frame, so hopefully that's okay. Oh man, I forgot. On the, sorry, I was going to go back outside, and on the equatorial scope, the right one, I was going to add, put the, what do you call it, the dew shield on to help with the screen, or with the kind of light hitting the front lens, but I forgot to do that, and I just realized that. Let's see. So let's see what the what it ended up doing. Oh. So I was wondering, because the satellite removal, the satellite trails tend to be very narrow, and it does leave a little artifact, but it technically works with wider ones, but the artifact is kind of a little bit bad. So yeah, that's what the satellite removal did to it. So that's a no-go, but it was worth a shot. But now we know, at least with the current version. Plane trails, not so much. Yeah, thanks. That was interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, interesting. The red light, I thought it was a nebula. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But you didn't have any artifacts. That's interesting. Yeah, because, I mean, it would be interesting if he could get it to work with that. So let's go ahead and find the first target. And while I'm... yeah, I mean, the satellite trail, it's... It removes... It doesn't purely just remove it and cover it with black. It tries to... I believe it tries to average the sky near it. So almost kind of like a healing brush kind of effect. I'm guessing. I'm not guessing that it's like a healing brush, but I believe it tries to average the screen on each side, the sky on each side. But the problem is, it's such a wide trail that I guess it leaves, it's not able to fully do it. And while I'm finding the first target, don't forget to like the video, like and subscribe. So, live astro, let's see what we had here. So the other day, what did we image? Actually, it was mostly photo processing, and then I kind of ended up having, the skies were okay, and so I did some imaging. But let's see. Oh, darn it. All these targets are later in the evening. I have like the Angel Nebula, the Christmas Tree Cluster / Cone Nebula, Medusa Nebula. Those are all like after midnight. So I won't get to those. But actually at this point, I have this long list here, and let's start looking at these and see what we can do. Yeah. Okay. There is an, okay. I hadn't used it, but it's like an option. Nice. So Seagull Nebula. Yeah, I had thought about doing the Seagull Nebula last live stream, but using the native mosaic, but I didn't end up doing that. So let's somehow I managed to do. Let's bring up Stellarium, and we will go look at what these targets were. Could do the Pleiades. Not sure that I want to do the Pleiades. I'm just trying to think of things that I've seen others do as of late that were kind of inspiring. But specifically, let's see. No. That one's not visible yet, or is it? I wonder. Just for the sake of... Oh, yeah. I forgot. I was going to try to get more data in equatorial mode since I have it running. So I'm going to try NGC 281 initially. Just to get something going while I figure out the rest. Because some of the other stuff isn't until like an hour or so from here. So in the meantime, I want to go. Okay, go. I already have this aligned and verified that it should be in good shape. I'll do 45 minutes. So one thing, the Black Friday sales are kind of winding down, and there's still some sales that are going to continue on into December. But I know some of them will be ending either today or tomorrow because it's like Cyber Monday. Just another, basically it's a continuation mostly. But yeah, I still haven't seen anything like really overwhelming, but or like something that I must, not must, but something that's like a particularly great deal. But again, the whole thing is if you're in the market for an astro camera, there's some good sales. Well, ZWO has like 10% off or so. Just waiting for that too. Okay, so let's go to this. And then, all right. Okay, good. That's already starting to show up. I still need to print the 3D print the filter holder. I ended up getting an SV Boney 220. I had one, but anyway, I ended up getting another one, and I need to 3D print a filter holder for the Seestar so I can start using it, or so I can test it out. I have a telescope that takes 2-inch filters, but I want to try it out on the Seestar first. All right. Now the question is, do I want to do a native mosaic, or do I want to just go ahead? Oh, I'm in guest mode, so I have to actually, let's see which device has control. Okay. That's interesting. I had actually done the initial setup with SSC Alp, Seestar Alp. But the computer that the iPad app is running on was kind of was closed, so it wasn't running. And then I switched networks. Alp didn't reconnect, but I had opened the other laptop and it took control. So I was like, wait, how did I set this up initially? And it's like, oh, right, it was closed and it ended up taking control. So let's figure out what we want to image on this one, or if I want to even do a mosaic. Printing? Yeah. Yeah. By 2 years old. Saving for an M4 Ultra Studio. That would be an interesting one. I mean, the new Mac Mini has been getting, I mean, I've seen just almost uniformly positive reviews of that one. The biggest complaint is the memory upgrade costs. Memory and storage upgrade costs, but an Ultra Studio that could be a real interesting device, especially if they made it kind of in that smaller form factor. I mean, it would be taller than the Mac Mini, but if they could somehow make it that footprint, that would be interesting. Hello, Nick Her. How are you doing? Thanks for joining. So I need to go find need to find a device, find a thing to image here. So do I want to go ahead and try to do a mosaic down here with the native mosaic? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. One thing I haven't tried. See, I don't know if it might take too long. I was thinking the California Nebula. Oh, one thing I wanted to do is this. Basically, you go into Stellarium, and was it Stellarium? This screen? No, is it that? Surveys. You go into surveys, and I turned on the DSS Red F+R. And so now when I do this, it does a black and white kind of nebula, or red spectrum, I guess. Now it's got a lot of artifacts, unfortunately, but it is interesting seeing this area, because by default, when you look at it with the default view in Stellarium, that's what it looks like. And if you use the DSS, I mean, just the normal DSS, it gives you an idea of the colors, but it's kind of hard to figure out the nebulosity sometimes. So this is kind of a neat view. So I'm gonna use this view to try to figure out if there's a mosaic I want to do. And you can really see like the baby nebula here. It's really, I mean, this is kind of cool because you can really see how extensive all this nebulosity is, but of course I'd be hard pressed to capture that in a reasonable amount of time. Definitely I wouldn't be able to capture it all with the native mosaic because the field of view is way too big. So let me just do a split screen here so we can see what's going on while I'm finding another target. Like I say, it's got a lot of artifacts, so it's sometimes kind of hard to tell. Oh, sculptor galaxy is visible. And Needle's Eye. Do I want to get more time on Needle's Eye? Or do I want to try Sculptor? I mean, Sculptor Galaxy is a pretty cool target. So let's do that. I'll have a nebula and a galaxy. So I'll do that. Bring that in. And try 45 minutes, 30 minutes. I can always stop it if it turns out want to go somewhere else. I mean, look at something else. And yeah, let's go. But yeah, that's get a galaxy going. Don't forget to like the video. It does help. The engagement helps bring people to the stream, and it's greatly appreciated. And while I was just looking at the Discord server, which gotta obligatory plug it every time. There's the Discord server where we share photos and sing songs, and oh wait, no singing songs, but sometimes share imaging sessions there, and share our work, variety of other things. Okay, stacking is starting. I did check these to make sure that the calibration, the horizontal, this polar alignment was okay. Yeah, so I got this less than a degree, so that's good. And I fully charged the batteries, the battery bank this time, since I've had it run out of power partway through the night more than once, which was fine because the telescopes have a built-in battery, but it caused the All Sky camera to die, which wasn't ideal. Oh, obstruction. But that's okay. This obstruction will go away. And so I'm just gonna, I mean, the galaxy itself is okay, so. Although maybe I stop it. If it drops another frame, I'm gonna stop it because it's having a problem stacking. Yeah, let me stop that for now. We'll just leave it on live view. And then once that obstruction's cleared, I can resume. Whoa. What? Let me see what just happened. Okay. Weird. So let's go to bring up let's go back to live view. Let me go increase the amount of time for live view so we can see a bit more detail. I'll leave all that on. Okay. Because it's hard to tell that there even is an obstruction here. I wonder if I can turn this up to 3 seconds. Although this didn't seem to have much of an improvement. Maybe I'll double it to 4 seconds. Alright. Well, the good thing is the Pac-Man always produces decent data. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how the seagull comes out. You did a 3x2 of the seagull and need a second night. Yeah, I didn't, I decided, let me see, look at the seagull. This view is almost too much. What in the world? Let's see. Is that seagull? Oh, the seagull's wings? Okay, it was a different seagull. That's confusing. There's more than one seagull. Weird. So let me look at it in this view. Hello, cellulated? And yes, like and subscribe. Don't forget. Helps the channel a lot. And I just passed today. I got an email today that I just noticed that I'd passed 1,600 subscribers. So the liking and subscribing does it does help a lot, and I appreciate it a lot. Had to pick a center, custom center for the mosaic. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because otherwise, like, if you pick that as the center, like, that's going to be a problem. So it's almost like you need to do, yeah, one of these kind of stars here to really kind of balance it for a mosaic. But well, you know, sometimes I don't read out the entire handle, so sometimes I'll just pick the if it's multiple words, I'll pick the first one. So yeah, cellulated. Oops. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go ahead and start this again, the Sculptor Galaxy. And schedule and start. Okay. You said, yeah, makes sense. The, okay. It's interesting, the new, not that new, but the newer firmware, when it's going to the target, it does this kind of like flying through space effect. And I have it running over there, and so it kind of started showing that. We have, we either have like a spinning ring or a dinosaur, but they have a flying through set. Try to visit the Milky Way. The main problem is the, like that's too we are in the Milky Way. No, but I mean, it's like, it's too, the problem is the Seestar, it's like too narrow of a target, a field of view. So it's really kind of tricky to, like, you really need a much wider lens, which does make me, and actually this specific, that is specific nebula that I was just looking at is, I mean, I'm not imaging it because it's not, it's below the, it's obstructed right now for me, but it is in the Milky Way, I think, right? Why is it so faint? But yeah, here's, I mean, it's the summer. Whoa. I'm really warping it here, so let me go back to a more sensible projection. But yeah, I mean, there's like it goes across the sky, but then you can't really. I mean, you have to have a pretty wide field. You have to have like a much wider lens to really kind of capture it. That's a good question. I am not sure. I mean, I don't know. Let's look at the, well, that's turning out nice. That one's always a good target. It's got 90 stars, which doesn't mean much, but it's definitely ametric. It's probably on the order of, I don't know, hundreds of people, I guess, maybe. Like the Discord server has, not that everybody on the Discord server runs it, but there are hundreds of people on the Alp specific Discord server. So I'm not, honestly, to be honest, I'm not sure. Not sure. I see more viewers, but I don't see more likes. So don't forget to like the video if you're while you're watching it, just because it helps tell YouTube to distribute the video a little bit more. It is a Sunday evening, so sometimes that doesn't that sometimes works against. I've found with the live streams. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so Andromeda, let me see where we are on Andromeda. Now the one problem with Andromeda is actually it is a fairly large object. So the red box is the field of view of the Seestar, and so it would be bigger than the field of view. We could do a mosaic, but at this point for me, because I have such a lousy backyard, this is a roof line here, so the last few nights it's maybe half an hour. This isn't 100% accurate, so it's probably like half an hour, and it would need more than an hour of data to really capture it all. Because let me bring up one of the images from one of the recent nights where I did image it. Yeah, here we go. So what happened is I started it earlier in the evening and let it run for over an hour, and eventually it started intersecting with the roof, and so you can see it really kind of went wrong, and I had to stop it before it had filled in, because it takes like a series of photos kind of working in a spiral pattern to kind of capture a larger field of view. But eventually it started kind of the object, the galaxy had started getting too close to the roof line, and when the software started averaging it out, it ended up looking like that. And then I did it another night, and it ended up even going wrong, even worse. I didn't think it was possible, but like I think not only was it starting to interfere with the building, which is why it's dark, but then a plane went through the field of view, so it just like ended up totally messed up. Oh wow, thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate it. That's all. I appreciate that a lot. It's yeah. And thanks so much for liking the video. It all helps a lot. I appreciate it all. Oh, sorry. I clicked on a different part and it brought it back up. Yeah, thanks for the super chat. No, I mean I'm a relatively small stream, so every bit helps. And honestly, it been able to yeah, it all helps. And also it's just very much appreciated. So here is, yeah, so that's the problem. It's Andromeda's kind of in a bad I mean, to do it justice, I need to kind of let it run for a while in mosaic mode, and there's not enough time before it ends up behind a building. But I mean, we are imaging a galaxy here. This is the Sculptor galaxy. Now, it's a bit further away, which is why it actually fits in the field of view. And it's like the triangulum galaxy almost fills the field of view, but it's it's like low surface brightness, so it doesn't show up well unless you have like a lot of data. Like, whereas this, it's only been going for 7 minutes. And you can already see the beginning of like dust lanes through here, because this is galaxy. I mean, granted, these photos are usually taken with Hubble. Yeah. Oh no, it's from the La Silva Observatory, but it's a multi-meter telescope. But so you can see, if I get on the right window, you can see these dust lanes here. You can start seeing them right here and right there. So with more data, as I get more data and then process it, you can start seeing a lot of the detail. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, well, perhaps. I mean, my skies are pretty horrible Bortle wise. I mean, I literally have some football stadiums nearby. American football. There is the other kind of football stadium, but it's not that close to me, to where I am. But it is big enough. They're actually, I think it's one of the ones that's going to have World Cup, host the World Cup when it's running through US, Mexico, and Canada in whenever that is. What year is that going to be? Wow, 2026. So that's coming up. But yeah, it's going to be one of the cities. Houston's going to be one of the cities. That's going to be a zoo, I'm sure. But that stadium's about 3 or 4 miles from my house. But I have other football stadiums. But I'm like in the middle of this mess. So it says 8, 9, but I've measured it at 8. I mean at 9. So it's pretty bad. Yeah, it is kind of cool that it's yeah, 2026. That's it's going to be here before we know it. I mean, when is it? I'm not a big sports person in general, but it'll be interesting. June through July. Oh, of course, it's going to be in summer. It's going to be brutal here. Yeah, so it's going to be just It's going to be in Dallas too, so Wiley site, I'll be able to go see it. Wait. Oh, yeah, it's going to be at NRG. So it's not even going to be at the at our soccer stadium. It's going to be at our football stadium, which makes sense. It's got a bigger capacity, so that would make sense. Yeah, no, I mean it's not too bad. And then the software. Wait, which is bad? The sensor is bad? Yeah, I mean, I guess it all depends on like, I mean, because like the Large Magellanic Cloud is like a satellite galaxy, whereas Andromeda is more of a standalone galaxy. Um, but yeah, it's some of it is. It depends on what metric you're going by. Um, but it isn't. Yeah. Yeah, Jerry's World. Yeah. No, are you too rich for your blood? What? No. It's. I'm sure it's completely value priced at that at that stadium. I mean, how much did that cost? That stadium, like $1 or $2 billion or something like that. I mean, it's not going to pay for it. It's not going to pay off itself without those tickets. Oh, the sensors in the skies. Yeah. Well, I've got bad skies, so parking's $50. Wow. Wow. You can just about get. Yeah. Yeah. I was looking at. Yeah. Anyway, that's a lot. I mean, I could see it. I could see that definitely. Man, that stadium is. I've never been to it, but I've seen I've seen photos and video of the inside. I've probably seen it from the outside, but I don't specifically remember. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, at least from that point of view, yeah. I actually have clear skies, so. And it is actually new moon for a change, or close to the new moon, so that's kind of a pleasant. That's definitely a difference where I'm not fighting the moon. And we had a front come through, so it's actually kind of average to slightly above average seeing and transparency, which is also different for us. Usually it's like subtropical mugginess and haze and yeah. 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 I mean so the what I find interesting about that is like there's satellite galaxies uh, that have been discovered more recently. 61 satellite small galaxies, but not all of them are necessarily in orbit. Um, but yeah, like the Sagittarius Dwarf galaxy is actually 2.6 kiloparsecs away. It has 4 globular clusters, minus 30 declination. I'm curious, where is this? Okay. Oh, it's by M54? That's weird. It doesn't even. Oh, officially discovered in 1994. Oh, Messier 54 is believed to be at the core. Oh, that's interesting. So Messier 54 is actually believed to be part of this dwarf galaxy. Bizarre. Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah, that's usually what happens here. Melatonin gummy. Yeah, that's I usually get chewable melatonin. Um and I guess it all depends on how quickly I want it to kick in. It's like either chew it or like chew it and anyway. But yeah. Yeah, well, hopefully it kicks in. How are you doing, Chris? Well, um got to work at 2 as in AM? Oh, you have to work at 2. Ish. Ish. Cooking. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah. I don't get up till like 6 or 7 usually, but 2 a.m. that's early. I now I understand the melatonin gummy to try to hasten along things. Me personally, I have I used to not so much recently, but I do remember reading Giant Jane's Aviation Encyclopedia or something like that. I may have even had a copy of it at one point. Um, I have not necessarily current knowledge, but I do have maybe more than a little casual interest in it, but nothing current. Um, let's see. I also used to subscribe to Air and Space Week. Um, so yeah, kind of interested in it, but um, not something I tend to spend as much time on. Yes, the Battleship Texas, yes. And I think, did they, I think it's closed now. Did they end up moving it? Because it needed repair. Like it was having issues because it's like permanently docked there. I've been there a few times. Um, I mean, because it is like a World War I era, uh, ship. Let's see. Oh yeah, leaks. Yeah, dry dock. They towed it out of dry dock. Um, pulled the ship through the ship channel. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I think it's still in dry. Oh, it's going to be. Oh, interesting. Because it used to be at the San Jacinto Monument. Um, but they're going to berth it. I didn't realize they were going to tow it to a different area. So it's going to be. Okay, so it left dry dock in March, and it's going to be in Galveston. So did not know that. Yeah. Yeah. According to this, it's going to be in Galveston, which is cool. We go to Galveston pretty regularly. My family was just down there Saturday, actually, down in Galveston. Yeah. I don't think it's been. It's at Pier 20 in Galveston, but it sounds like they're still repairing it. But so maybe it's not open yet. Okay, slated for 2025 reopening. Oh, hello, Seiko. Yeah, shipyard in Galveston. Like I say, I mean, Chris is even closer to Galveston, but we're on the south of downtown Houston, so it's less than an hour drive from here, and so we go down there a few times a year since it's nice and close. Yeah, yeah, yeah. By the cruise ship, that makes sense. And that's, I mean, because they also have. Let me go back and look at make sure these are still going along. But like, if you go look at, let's see, Sea Wolf Park. So there's like a submarine over there on Sea Wolf Park. Now that's a little further along, but the cruise ship stuff's over here, so that makes sense. They'll have that there, and then if you want to go see the submarine over at Sea Wolf Park, you can go. Plus, they have this. I don't know if it's what kind of ship it is, but that won't be that far away. Oh, that's cool. That is really interesting. The Corpus Whataburger. That's the original Whataburger, isn't it? Down in Corpus. For those who aren't in Texas, Whataburger is a regional, a very popular local burger chain, regional burger chain. Yeah, 3 stories. And it's funny because it's Whataburger. And what was funny is when Houston had when we had our power outage from the hurricane, the local electrical utility, their outage tracker was down. It had been down for a few weeks, but then nobody could get information about how long it would take for repairs, what areas of town didn't have repairs. And people noted that the Whataburger app, because there's so many Whataburgers throughout Houston, it was a more accurate indication because it had an indicator saying that the store was closed because they didn't have power. And so it was actually a more accurate way of telling what areas of town had power or not. And I actually ended up using that app for my mom's house. She lives down the road from a Whataburger, and so I could tell that, oh no, your area probably doesn't have power, which was pretty funny. Hello, Sean. I like that. Yes, I don't know. If sunspots, well, not sunspots, but solar flares can cause issues with computers, but for it to, I guess where I'd be kind of a little leery is this is really a random topic, but if you have a this I may not be 100% right on this, but if you have a Bitcoin wallet where you have it stored on a computer, it depends on where you have it stored. If you have one of those physical wallets where the key is on the wallet, I guess basically my concern, I wouldn't necessarily be concerned about it per se. I mean, I wouldn't want to tie up my entire net worth in Bitcoin anyway. And I guess my philosophy about a lot of those things is if it did wipe out your computer or something else, I think we'd have other problems as a society. If it was a big enough solar flare, like a Super Carrington event kind of thing. So generally, I guess, personally, It all depends on what your risk tolerance level is. I would rate it unlikely to be wiped out by solar flares, but that's my hot take on it, as it were. I could think about it some more, but that would be kind of my hot take. And speaking of hot takes, if you haven't liked the video, that is the most awkward segue. If you haven't liked the video, please like. It does help the channel a lot. Oh, okay. Yeah. More than regional Whataburger. Well, that's cool. Although, yeah, that is still kind of south. Yeah. I know as we kind of headed west, we started seeing more, well, you start running into like Carl's Jr.'s even out in El Paso. And yeah, have I ever imaged the planet? Yes. The Seestar can do it, but it's, and we can try it in a little bit, but the magnification, I haven't done some of the like really good images that some people do with, I don't have a telescope with enough magnification. I could, and then what you do is you take like a video and then do lucky imaging of it, and then you can get really crisper images. I haven't done that with planets. Could it knock out everything? I guess from my point of view, if that were to happen, we'd have other problems than Bitcoin. That said, the thing to, again, it depends on your your risk tolerance. You could always, I don't know people personally, but I know that some people, if they're really paranoid about that, they keep something in like a Faraday cage or a Faraday container, like a metallic container, to try to keep pulses. Yeah, for pretty much everything. Yeah, I need a wallet. And the grid has gotten better, I think. And was said it will ship when restocked. That's ambiguous. Hello, Tariq. How's it going? It's been a while. Which camera did you order? Yeah. Are you talking to me? Did I decide on getting the Astro camera? I'm strongly thinking about it, but I haven't done it yet. Schlotsky's is good. I like Schlotsky's. Okay, this finished, so we can go on to something else. Oh, nice. Which, a 571. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. With the filter wheel and everything. That'll be nice. Very nice. Yeah, I think, if I get not if, but when I get an Astro camera, it probably won't, the next one probably won't be APS-C. It'll probably be a smaller sensor. Not like too small. Oh, these both finished around the same time. What do you know? So now I need to find two targets. That said, there was one I had. Oh, that was not till 9:30. Darn it. And that one's not till midnight. There was one here that I had that it was going to be after 8:30. No, I don't want to image that one. I was like, oh, I could do the... No, I don't want to do that one. Oh, man. Which brand did you get? Was it, of camera? Let's go look. That's cool. One thing I've debated. Oh, Tube Tech. Awesome. I had looked at those Tube Techs. Yeah, one thing I had thought about, I had debated getting a camera that's astro modified. Just, I don't know. But, I mean, I'm going to get an astro camera, but I thought it could also be handy to, in certain situations, to have like a mirrorless that's astromodified. But what am I looking for here? See, I was thinking I'd do the Skull Nebula, but I don't think I'm going to do the Skull Nebula. So I think I need to, rethink what I was going to image. Now I need to shut off that and need to go back to my massively obstructed sky. And actually I'll just turn off this. And since I can do a mosaic now, or since that one's freed up again, and Andromeda's kind of out, do I want to try? I'm curious. I wonder what the California Nebula would do. I have a feeling it probably wouldn't. It's probably too dim. Never mind. Oh. Flaming Star is up. Yeah. Let me do that. Because last time, let me show you what I did last time. So last time I did a native mosaic of, and let's turn on this view. I did a native mosaic of kind of the Spider Nebula to the Starfish Cluster and the Fly Nebula. So I did a mosaic. So the native field of view would only be, you can get the Spider and the Fly. But because I did a mosaic, I was able to get this area. So, and I ended up actually processing it during the live stream, I think. And I don't remember if I ended up doing more with it afterwards. Let's see. Is this the one? But because I ended up, so because I ended up messing around with the, framing of it, it didn't know what object it was. But so let's bring this up. So this was, let's close this. So this was the native. This is what it came up with. And that was a bit over an hour. So that's actually, I wasn't too unhappy about that. And flip vertical. So you can see, so that's what it looked like out of the telescope. The spider, the fly, and the starfish cluster there. So you can see it was this area. So not, I mean, okay, you know, not terrible. But then I ended up processing it a bit. And no, not that one. I'm trying to find the best. I think I was still messing around with it, and I'm not. I think kind of since I was doing it on the live stream, I didn't spend as much time processing it. And then plus I get impatient, but I ended up kind of getting a bit more detail, and I wasn't sure about some of this kind of reddish area here, if that was just artifact or if it was actually nebulosity. But then looking at this view of it, it is actually this nebulosity here. So I could probably dial the stars down a lot, but so what I think I'm going to do is maybe go ahead and do a mosaic of this area here. So around the what's it, Flaming Star? No, that's the tadpoles. There's the Flaming Star. Do I want to do the tadpoles or the... No, I'll do the Flaming Star. We'll do the Flaming Star. Because that's, like, I can do a broader area here and maybe kind of capture some of this nebulosity plus this. whereas the tadpoles, like, or I do the tadpoles and just expand it a little bit, the framing of it. So let me, let's switch the field of view here. Oh man, I had the background going, but I wasn't, the stars weren't moving. Okay, let me bring this over. Without breaking everything. And so the AltAz one is the one with the new firmware. So I have to give up control. And I will take control on the other one. And unfortunately, I don't have a single button to do this. So I end up having to kind of manually switch it. So there. Okay. So all right. And okay. All right. So I'll take control over here, and let's go to, let me go look at tadpoles here. And sometimes the iPad app kind of messes up. I think because I have a physical keyboard. So let's go. Now I could increase this, but it doesn't look like it would be worth it. So maybe we go look at that, and then maybe I'll rotate it. Let's see. Now how long does it say that's going to take? Was that over an hour? Oh no, less than an hour. 0.7 hours, allegedly. But then that takes an hour. Yeah. I think I'll try that. I think I've done this before and I didn't have enough data, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Although let me double check on Stellarium if this is indeed the target I want to image. Which one is that? Okay, the spider and the fly. It would be really interesting in a dark sky to get like a really wide field of this. But yeah, I'm gonna bring these back. I'll bring it back to the Stellarium view after I get this going. So I think I'll just leave it at that. And go to. And we should see it kind of going to the target shortly. Hello, Cellulated. Welcome back. And hello, Hein. Thanks for joining. Okay, so it's finding its way. And once this gets in place, I'll start imaging. And then I will release control so I can switch back to the other device. Okay, I'm just checking the focus. Now it didn't have the filter on, so I just turned the filter on and we'll start recording. And oh, hello, Chris. Half here. It's better than not here. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Okay, and so after the first frame, you'll see it rescale and it'll show you. Unfortunately, it's rotated, but so that is in place. So now I can go into advanced features, guest mode, and then release control. So now I can move this back out of the way and give me a sec here. I've got to switch back to there. Oh. There we go. And so now I can claim control and all is well, or better. Okay, cool. So this is the mosaic we just saw. I should figure out a way to or a flag where I can rotate it. Rotate the image. Actually, since I haven't imaged anything here, let me look that up. Transform, rotate, bootstrap. Let's see. No. So, gonna have to do it manually with a rotate. Transform, rotate 90. So let's try this. I kind of do live, not quite live coding, but sometimes. Oh, but the problem is, if I rotate this one, I'll rotate the other. But let's go ahead and just check to see what it looks like. Okay, and this is live star and style. Let's see, transform, rotate. Let's see. Wait, did that extra? Okay. Hey, see, got it rotated now, but what I need to do is perhaps rotate, form, rotate. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. I mean, that wasn't necessarily valid, but it was an interesting. Oh, it was an interesting suggestion, nevertheless. Whoa. Max height. I'll just. It's making it worse. So maybe that's still kind of rough. Max width 100. That's interesting. Well, it clearly needs some work, so never mind. It was a thought. I tried, I failed. But I learned something along the way. All right. Okay, cool. So we've got that. Oh, ads. That's rough. Sorry about that. You know, it's interesting. It used to tell me when it was rolling ads, Google, and so a lot of times I just skip them. Because I'd be talking and I'm like, well, let me. Anyway, that's interesting. Like it gave me the option. Now I guess they decided they don't want to give me the option. Yeah, the ads. Well, that's good. That's good. At least you. Okay, so I do wonder how much this will actually show up. So far, I'm not seeing a whole lot of nebulosity here, so hopefully that doesn't end up being a bust. So now this one is the equatorial one, and let's find a good target for that. I had, oh, is it that time yet? It's getting close. What I wanted to do was image, oh, and there's Jupiter. I wonder if Heinz Nebula is actually high enough right now. Let me try. So this is what Heinz, oops, I didn't want to do that one. That's, wait. There, and shut off that. Wow, it is lagging. Okay, so that's this area here. So I want to try this one. And we'll see if it ends up being okay or a bust. So image and Heinz variable nebula. And we'll do 40 minutes. And I'll crank up the gain. Should I crank it up even more? Oh, I'll crank it up even more. Yeah. Well, so the problem is, I don't. Could I go to? Let me stop this. I'll go ahead and stop this. Although, will I be able to? Let me stop the schedule. And see if this works. Stopped. Clear. Go to image. Or no, go to. And I will go to Jupiter. But then I have to pick planet. All right. Now the problem is this is going to be in planet mode. Yeah, so I'm trying. I'm going to try Jupiter. Now the problem is this software doesn't have some of the exposure modes that the app has, which you don't need them for star modes, but for the planet modes you do. Sometimes I've been able to work around it, but we'll see. Actually, it's Jupiter. Yeah, I mean it's a great target. Oh, it's a great target. And hello, Hein, how's it going? Okay, so now the question is, the problem is sometimes this is a little misleading, so it might not actually be visible at this instant. Like, it might actually be blocked by a house. So we might have to revisit that in a bit. Oh no. Oh, there it is. There it is. Now this is in, oh, and I think this is a satellite dish that's slowly moving into the field of view. And it's in star mode right now. But let me change the settings to, come on, to 100 milliseconds. Come on. And live. And is my computer running low on memory? It might be. No? Basically, my browser tab just crashed, but it's not a problem with RAM, luckily. So, yeah, the problem is it's kind of near an obstruction, and it's briefly visible, and then it kind of gets blocked by a roof and a satellite dish, and then it becomes visible again. But these are some of the Galilean planets. I mean, moons. So if I go look at Jupiter real quick, the one to the right, oh, and because it's in equatorial mode, the one to the right is Ganymede, and then to the left, that's Europa, and then Callisto. Actually, is it going to be blocked for long, or is this just like... I'm wondering if this is kind of our own, this is our own little occultation here. But is this clear sky, or is this a building? If I could see stars over here, like if it's just a cable, it might temporarily be blocked, and then it'll be visible, but you can definitely see some nebulosity here. So we'll wait until this kind of, see if it comes out the other side, or if this is more obstruction, like a lighter phase, lighter colored obstruction. But we did see it briefly. And we did see 3 of the moons of Jupiter. Actually, what I can do is I can just steer it to see if... Oh, wait a second. Let me look at this. Yeah, this must be the... Yeah, this might not be visible for a while. So I'm going to go back to that nebula, and then we'll revisit... We'll revisit. Nope. It was Heinz Variable Nebula. And I was going to do 40 minutes with that and crank the gain up. And then go. And we'll try that one again after it's some time has elapsed, and because basically Jupiter's right here at this corner, and this isn't like 100% accurate, this kind of outline, and so it looks like it's just kind of this angle, but really there's like kind of an overhang, and then there's actually a satellite dish up here, so even if it briefly becomes visible, it could end up going behind the satellite dish, which might actually be a problem with this Heinz Nebula, but we'll find out soon. It claims it's starting the stack, so... waiting for it to start. Dropped 1, that's not a great start. Drop 2, not a great start. So maybe it is also still obstructed. This is still the old image. So we've had 3 drop frames in a row. If it keeps dropping, then yeah, unfortunately it's probably also obstructed. If it goes to 5, I'm going to just stop it and I'll find something else while we wait. Yeah. So let's find something else. So I had said after 9:30 and it's 9:17, so maybe I need to wait till after 9:30. Let's see. Oops. Close this out. Close this out. Turn this off. Let's see what we got. I mean, we could do the Pleiades. That's an... No, but the thing is, I'm not doing a mosaic right now. I'm doing a non-mosaic. Actually, let's go look. Let's turn this on. I'm really liking this view. Oh, so this is what I wanted to show. So I had done the spider, the fly, the starfish cluster. So I did this area, and right now I'm doing this area. But it would be cool, I think, either a lot of time. I mean, you wouldn't be able to do it with the native mosaic because it's limited in how big of an area you can do. But it would be neat to image like this whole area, have a deep exposure of this with all this nebula, all of this nebulosity here. Like all of this, that would be cool. And then this bubble here is, but I have a feeling that's like really hard. I wouldn't necessarily be able to do it where I am. So how to connect with the Seestar app on without accepting update. The problem is if you go and turn off, like what you have to do is turn off auto updates beforehand on your in the App Store on the iPad. And if you do that, then you're fine. But if it has updated the app, then it's not gonna, it won't connect to the Seestar without upgrading the firmware. It just, yeah, it just forces it on you. Oh, okay. So if update is off, it will try to upgrade the firmware to whatever that app version corresponds to. If it hasn't updated, it shouldn't do anything. Let's see. It's too bad that there's like literal holes in the data on this survey, because otherwise it's pretty cool. Unfortunately, this is out of view. Um, your PC's having issues. That sucks. That sucks. Would be a good area here. Thing is, a lot of these are just either they're too dim, too small, or in some cases too big. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that happened to me recently with, I mean, it wasn't a PC, it was with a Mac, and I was having all kinds of issues, and I was getting very, very, very agitated by it. What is this? Wait. Okay. I can't see this yet, so I need to just put it out of my head. Wait, let's look up here. I wanted to see, is there anything up high? These clusters are cool, but I've already imaged them. Let's see. There was, I thought I saw, but maybe it's already out of view, unfortunately. Is there anything down here? Wait a second. Wait a second. Well, hello to your dad. I'm so confused. It's a natural state for me to be confused. All right. Let's see. What is this? Is there anything down here? So that galaxy is already almost out of view. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. There's, like, we're in this state right now because of my terribly obstructed backyard. Like if so, where's the horizon? So the horizon's kind of at the bottom of the screen. So if it wasn't obstructed, we'd be able to see Orion, Christmas tree cluster, like all this area here. But I have to wait 2 or 3 more hours before some of this is visible. But like, look at how awesome some of this stuff is. And I know it's cool, but looking at it this view, I was just thinking it would be really neat to have a very wide field view image of some of this. Like here's the whole Orion Molecular Complex, Barnard's Loop, Orion Nebula, the Horsehead. Oh, and over here, much, much smaller, it's the Monkey Head, Jellyfish. When is that going to be visible? How much longer before? Wait. Jellyfish. So it won't be, like, theoretically it could be visible soon-ish. But yeah. But the good thing is some of these others will be visible, so anyway, let me go back and let me look at the messages. Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining. Cellulated. Thanks for joining. Oh, that sucks. Someone had mentioned that they were running theirs in pretty cold temperatures and it seemed to be running okay. So that's kind of, but that's frustrating. I mean, I actually, one of my devices updated on its own. Now, the main issue with the very latest firmware, if you're not shooting EQ mode, it's fine. But if you're shooting AltAz, it has a problem when it does the horizontal calibration. You can shut that setting off, and you just have to make sure it's level. And then if you do, it should be okay. But otherwise, yeah. It's been frustrating with some of these updates. I know there's been some discussion about some of that, but let me shut this off. So again, I still have an issue. What do I want to image with the other scope? I feel like there's some clusters here. I have so many objects turned on. What is that? What is that? Wow. There are a lot of galaxies right there. No, it's Perseus cluster. That's what that is. Problem is the Seestar doesn't do some of that justice, so Crystal Ball Nebula, that's probably too small. They always sound more interesting, but yeah, that's going to be tiny. Don't want to, again, there's things I just don't want to revisit. Okay. 358. Which version do I have? Because I have a later version. So, or a very slightly later version. So I can check to see what mine is. Yeah, I'm on 3.31. So 3.58 must be that latest one. The one that came out like last week. So yeah, that is the latest. Not necessarily the greatest, but it is the latest. This is just kind of a major bummer. I hate it when I'm at a loss for where I'm kind of in this in-between state where it's like the things that are up, I've imaged, I feel plenty. The things that are almost up, you know what, maybe I can revisit this. Maybe this is high enough. So let's see, schedule. Let me go restart that. Are you screwed from using Alp? I think you can use it. I think you can use it. The only problem that, I believe the only problem that version has that specific version is a problem the app itself has, where it doesn't calibrate correctly, or it could have calibration issues polar alignment issues. But besides that, if it polar aligns, you should be able to use it with Alp. That's a good question. Are there any M objects that I don't have at the moment? Okay, so it did succeed this time. Before it was just dropping frames. So while this is figuring it out, let me go see what Messier objects I do not yet have. Which of course ends up being a little bit more involved of a thing to answer, because I don't have a good way of checking that. So let me see. All right. It is loading. So I have to check, and I need to make note about that. It's getting there. This is just a lot dimmer than I would care for, but I did image this on a different night, so maybe I can stack the two together. A Seestar instead of a Seestar. Seesaw? Seesaw? No, that's not right. A seesaw. Seestars. Seesaw. Saw Seestar. I don't know. I'm going to stop. But yeah, you should be able to... I believe that version will run with Alp. And I know they... Actually, let me check my phone to see if they pushed out an update. Because I know there were people complaining about it. Let's see. Yeah, the latest version. That's funny. Fixed known bugs and introduced some unknown bugs, I guess. Let's see what they say about this version. See if people have reviewed it. Let's see. Most recent review. Someone gave it 5 stars about the intelligent denoiser. Someone gave it a 1 star for Wi-Fi connection issues. Anyway. Version 2 ruined this telescope. Wow. Started an experiment. Yeah, I mean, and so that's why we that's why I started turning off the auto update, because it was over the summer, early summer, they pushed out an update that luckily for whatever, it wasn't for that reason, but I have auto updates turned off on my iPhone anyway, because I don't know why. I every few days I manually update things, and I check the version and stuff. Or sometimes I'll look at release notes. Don't ask me why, but so I had mine off, and a version had gone out, and I started seeing a lot of people talking about how only scenery mode worked, and ever since then, basically I stopped updating the firmware for months, And it was only recently that I updated just one of them. And even then, I'm still kind of in manual update mode. But yeah, there's definitely been some people complaining that they have like no QA on their releases. Yes, so that's what I was saying. If you're running, or I may not have emphasized that enough, but if you're running EQ mode, it's very problematic, that version. Yeah, that's weird. That's really weird. I don't know why it would have updated. Yeah. But yeah, it's I might go ahead and update my right telescope to that version. Although based on some of the complaints I've heard from people, I wouldn't be surprised if they come out with a point a patch release like in the next day or so. I know when they had that one issue a few months ago, they came out with a patch release within a day or two, within a business day or two. What was I going to look up here? Oh, I'm still looking at Messier objects. I finally got my list of does that work? Okay, that's not exactly what I wanted, but okay. All right, that was painful. So I have sorry. I have, let's see, I definitely have the Pleiades. Do I have M103? I do have one M103. I have M33. I have M74. Do I have M77? I have M77. M76. M76 is visible right now. M34. I have M34. I have M1, M38, M38, 36, 37, 36, 37, and 81. So I have all of those. But the little dumbbell is visible. That's oh, okay. That's that. Oh, huh. But yeah, I have that one. So yeah, unfortunately at this instant, every Messier object that's visible with my skies, I've imaged. But yeah. Which one is Kuttner's cloud? Oh, that's a dark nebula. That's cool. Let's see, pirate moon cluster. All right. Let's go back to the chat. Huh. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Because they said one of the features, I can't bring it up easily, but it mentions having, what do they mention as some of the new features? intelligent denoise, dual shot function adaptation, which is for, I believe, the M30, added manual brightness, for added launch page ads, which I think is to show, like, for the other Seestar, to show you the S30. Real-time enhancement on-off, observation page function icon description. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's a good point. Now, since I've used Alp, I don't think some of that might not work for me. But maybe it would. I'll have to take a look at that. Crabby cosmic rays imaging Crab Nebula. Well, it is a good target. It is a good target. Unfortunately, I think the Crab Nebula, see, it's right here near that the overhang on this roof. So it's probably, if it's even visible, it wouldn't be for long until it completely clears the roof. Nice. I think Wiley Sight actually finished the Messier list. Maximize for, well, no, see, I think they yes, if you're talking about their native functionality, yeah, maximize frustration. Put up a screenshot in live with the or you put a screenshot up in live. Let me look. I always say, oh, okay. Okay, nice. Here we go. So this is what Seiko was talking about. You can in the community, in the app, you can see all the Messier objects and which ones you've imaged, which is kind of cool. That is cool. I like that idea. Yeah. No documentation. Yeah. I do like this. I do like this. Does make me does give me some ideas on some things. Now this, still, I thought it was further along on the top. Is this actually imaging anything? Oh. That looks pretty non-existent. Is the light pollution filter even on? It is on. Man, that is much worse of a target than I thought. Well, maybe I need to rethink that target. I mean, this one, at least I can see some nebulosity, even if it isn't bright. This, I see a whole lot of nothing. That's disappointing. Okay. Let's go look at this. Yeah, the problem is all this stuff is still a ways away. Oh yeah. Got that, so I mean, once the monkey head clears, I could try that. Which one is this one? Oh, lowers. I want to get more time on that, but I'm afraid that one might be a ways away from sometime after probably 11. Lowers will be visible. Because I want to image more of that. That one looked like a good one. Well, this is kind of frustrating. What could I image that's worth it? I mean, do I just get more time on the tadpoles? I could do that. Sometimes the star clusters are good in equatorial mode because of less rotation. But the fossil footprint, Tribbles were unimpressive. At least when I try to image them from my sky. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think if you, maybe if you're just using if you're just using the app and not, like, as soon as you color outside the lines, things start going wrong. But that said, like if you don't, well, I guess if you're using it not in station mode, but like where you directly connect to it from your phone and you're close to the telescope, and I mean, then it's usually okay. But then with some of these firmwares, like that could be a problem where like if it breaks, and like how would people even troubleshoot that? I'm surprised that there aren't more complaints on some of the forums. Could I try M35? Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I'll do that, and then maybe I'll do that and try to get this other one too. So I'm going to stop this. This is kind of underwhelming. And then, did it actually stop? Yeah, it actually stopped. Yeah, okay. So this is definitely underwhelming. So I'm going to go back to this, bring that, and we'll call this, what is it? M35, 35, NGC 2158. I don't know, this could be good. I'll do 20 minutes. Just try to get some crisp, because I feel like the stars are a bit crisper with equatorial mode, so maybe I don't crank the gain up as much, and let me maybe force an autofocus and go, and hopefully this will work. You know, it's funny because I mean, I don't have a, it was kind of paining. It was kind of painful because I was tallying up kind of this one rig I have, and it's not even it's not particularly fancy, and I was adding up all the pieces, and it was like, I mean, I didn't buy them all at once, but it was like $3,000, I think. And I was like, it's fine, but I'm like, should I have gotten it, or should I have just gotten, yeah, I could have gotten like a dwarf and another dwarf, or gotten a dwarf, another Seestar. I don't know. I mean, it's sure it doesn't do what a $30,000 rig does, but a 30,000 rig doesn't do what the Hubble Space Telescope does. Okay, that's a lot of orders of magnitude difference on that one, but still, like 500 to 30,000. Does a $30,000 rig do as much as what a $2 million rig does? No. Denoise, no noise on my TV audio. Yeah. Okay, is this... Maybe this isn't actually visible. It's another one of those things where it might be visible, but I guess maybe it isn't. Yeah, it failed. Dang it. Yeah, not visible. So let me stop that. So much for that target. Let's see. I don't know, that thing about denoising reminds me of, what was it, the Stephen Wright joke I dropped, what was it? I dropped spot remover on my dog and now he's gone. I don't know why I thought of that. It's just, okay. So let's find something. Oh, the monkey head's almost visible. Wait a second. See where this is? It's obstructed. That should not be obstructed. So this... that's not good. That is not good. I mean, it's not good from a point of view of the roof outline is erroneous. I may just do something. I'm just going to point it at the tadpoles until I can figure out something else. Because I want to have something to show on this one. And plus, I accumulate data. I can use it on another night. I mean, I can stack it with data I've already acquired. So I'm just going to do that. Okay. And we'll just go with that until I figure out the other target. Yeah. I mean, no, but there is like a ZWO. I mean, there might be, but I don't. Yeah, there was this bbszwastro.com and Seestar 2.1. Oh, 2. So this was the earlier release, the one that added the guest mode. So not the most recent one, but this was not the 2.2 release. I'm having a problem with the new update with star trailing. Yeah. Rest of the night due to star trails. That's that horizontal calibration issue. Yeah. Yeah, so that's... Is there a newer one? No. Let's see. Seestar. Okay. Let's see. 3 days ago. Oh, error 318. That was another one some people ran into. Unable to focus. Ability to control dithering settings. Seestar rejection rate. Mosaic functions. Hot point correction. Seestar does not work. Image not notification. Issues after firmware update. Problems with new update. I'll drop the link to this because I have used this to. That one is worth checking out. This is the only thing I've ever seen it run across that is kind of official, I guess. Okay. Did it not? Did it not run? Completed? I don't think so. Excuse me. So, Pac-Man Nebula, let me see. Problem is, I mean, I'm, because I'm going to have some cloudy skies here. I think I had mentioned this last live stream or previous live streams. I had started rethinking this kind of the remote imaging. Hold on. No, it claims it's got time on target. And it's actually starting to stack, allegedly. Anyway, I had, since Alp has this federation mode where you can control multiple telescopes at the same time. And I was thinking it would be nice to be able to, I mean, it supports remote telescopes, but it's the, it supports, it doesn't care whether the telescope is local or remote, but the problem is if your telescope isn't on your local network, to be able to access a remote telescope in a secure way without having to have people mess around with their firewall settings. I had started thinking of ways of how to deal with that in a user-friendly and secure way. And I had, over Thanksgiving, I had started coding up this initial idea I had, and I got pretty deep into it. And then I realized it's going to require like a lot of code to do it the way I thought of. And then that started to make me rethink the whole thing. And then I was like, you know, there's this other way I might do it. And I haven't coded it yet, but I might have to revisit that sooner rather than later. And that also would potentially solve my issue with my bad, not just the bad skies from a light pollution point of view, but just the obstruction point of view. That's the big one for me. Part of me doesn't mind the light pollution aspect, especially if it's a nebula and you just give it enough time. I can work around it, but the obstructions I can't work around. Sometimes I just can't image things for any length of time. Sometimes I can't even see certain targets. I can see them only a fraction of the time they're above the horizon. So it's kind of a drag. And I know I've showed this before, but the this button pusher I still haven't done anything with. But this was going to be part of my solution for it. Or a possible solution to be able to use a remote telescope. This is actually showing some stuff, the tadpoles there, so that's good. Some nebulosity. It's not a lot of data yet, but at least it's always a good sign when you can start seeing stuff after a few exposures. But let me see about Pac-Man. Pac-Man. I think the problem was... Oh yeah, no. Pac-Man's... Again, it's obstruction. See? It's already gone too far. You know, it won't set for, is that 6 a.m. that it sets? Or in 6.5 hours? Yeah, in 6.5. Or at 6:30. Whatever. It's still visible for many, many more hours, but not from my backyard, unfortunately. It's just immensely frustrating. And the Monkey Head Nebula is almost visible. Like, it's theoretically above the horizon, but I'm afraid it's probably because I tried to image the shoe buckle cluster and it was obstructed. So I'm thinking that the one telescope, based on where it is, everything's like what it can see is like this obstruction is shifted this way. So it can't see any of that yet. Now the Crab Nebula is getting to the point where it might be visible soon. So maybe I'll try the Crab Nebula because I haven't imaged that since fall or spring, I think. Like winter last year. So maybe I'll do that next. Yeah, because everything else here is a ways away. So yeah, let's do that next. The Crab Nebula. After one of the next two things are done. Now, one of the other things I wanted to image, I just want to double check the timing on this. I had said I was going to try to image some stuff that I hadn't imaged before. So NGC. Oh, actually, that's the other thing. I need to check on that supernova, that galaxy. So Phantom Frisbee. In an hour, the Phantom Frisbee will be rising. So, and I will do that with the equatorial. Yeah, this is cool. This will be an interesting target. So I'll do the Phantom Frisbee in, let's just double check. Oh, it's to the north. Okay. So I might have to wait a little bit past an hour from now. But what was the other one? That supernova. Bode's galaxy should be visible. Or actually right now. Yeah, I could always do Bode's. So let me make note of that. M80. The intent isn't just to do a bunch of galaxies, but that is definitely something I'm going to do a few of tonight. The other one was it 4? No, it was 2416 NGC GNC 2416. What? No, 2146. Okay. So maybe, actually, you know what? Maybe, yeah, I'm gonna abandon mission on the tadpoles here, and I'm going to go look at that NGC because that's where that supernova is. Rototiller. Have you ever, Cosmic Ray? Have you ever watched the Red Green show? Feel like something that would be, you know, increase the speed of the motor and make it a rototiller, and remove the stop on it. What was it? NGC. Oh, I wanted to look at this to see if there's any other supernovas that are worth imaging. Okay, 2146 hasn't changed in brightness. Are there any brighter ones? Okay. CA. Nope. UGC 12763. Nope. Oh yeah, it's to the west, so I can't see it. Nope. Yeah, oh well. So maybe I'll go ahead and do, I'll go ahead and do that one. I'll go ahead and stop the tadpoles and switch to that galaxy with the supernova. Okay. And then go image and NGC 2146. And so this is on the equatorial one. I'm going to do it for an hour for now. 120 gain. Go. This one is actually just about done. So I think I'll have to process this a lot, but you can definitely see some of the nebulosity. Just have to wait for this bit to fill in. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I do wonder. I mean, there's probably plenty of people who, I'm sure there's people who enjoy it, but maybe use it not that often. And then there's probably people who use it regularly. And then people who, yeah, maybe use it and then it goes in a closet. Or yeah. Okay. So once this one is done, I'm gonna point it at that other galaxy, 3079, and there is method to my madness on that one. So we're doing the supernova, and I'll probably stop the one on the right in a little bit. I just want to let it. Get more, like fill in this bit here. Now the galaxy should be, so there's the galaxy. Hey, you know, if you have a Seestar and you no longer need it, I will, if it's still functional, I'll pay shipping to take it off your hands. Okay, that's not nice. I would, yeah. Actually, but that might be an idea. Have, well, I don't know, a marketplace for people who want to sell their Seestar. And I'm not going to condone this at all, but yeah, it is possible to. There's people who make modifications to the Seestar, so. Sometimes the chat, one of my chats is behind. Yeah. The home for wayward Seestars or something. Something like that. So one thing I was just thinking of about this stretch, Crack-Split stretch parameter, it defaults to 15%, 3 sigma. These are parameters from Crack-Split itself. So I wonder if I change it to this. I wonder what, at the risk of messing up things, I'm going to restart Alp. I killed them. Okay. Hopefully the app didn't take control over this right one. Okay. I increased the okay, cool. I increased the stretch, but maybe that's too much of a stretch. it's too much of a stretch. So let me change it. The default is 15%. So maybe I change it to the 20% 3 sigma. Really what I need to do is add the ability to parameterize this so I don't have to so it's not like set in code. If I had more spare time, I would definitely do a lot more of that. But okay. It's a little bit more of a color cast, but at the very least, it's kind of pushing it a little bit more. So the supernova in question should be right around there. Actually, maybe I'll go back. Let me go back to the 30%. We'll just push it to the we'll see what it does. Okay. Let me go look at the chat. I'm behind on the chat. Go to rescue. Like I say, the home for wayward Seestars. Have you seen anything that doesn't seem random? Well, I mean, it is random Erewhon. No, I mean, no, not really. I mean, have you looked at so that they're higher? Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, there is a place where I could mount the Seestar, but the problem is it's not easy to get to. And so it's the kind of thing that if I could get it, I'd almost have to have like a weather enclosure for it, you know, something that I could remote trigger and use like this button pusher to turn it on or off. Then it would be okay to put it there. And if I put it there, I'd actually probably triple the amount of sky I can see. I could probably see even more to the east, and I could see to the west almost to the horizon. Like, to give you an idea of how, yeah, this is too much. This is too much. I was hoping this would be a little bit. It's 20%, and I think it was it 2 sigma? 20% 3 sigma. %, 3 sigma. Although at that level, you could really see a lot more of the nebulosity with that level of stretch. Now we just need to add like some kind of denoise to it. Whoa. Internal server error, that's not allowed. Okay. So what was I getting at? Oh, yeah. I mean, if I could somehow have like a full remote setup, then I could it would be in an area of my house, but I'd have to have a way of remotely, like a remote enclosure. Like I'd have to go all in on it. What would you find satisfying to find? I think it would be cool to find, well, depends on what you mean by that. Find, discover. Yeah, that's true. I do have my Windows, and I was, yeah, maybe I need to revisit that. The problem is the window. Then I'm basically flipping the problem. I'd have good visibility to the west, but I'd have none to the east. Like, but I'd have a decent amount of the sky. I'd have close to half the sky, but it would be a hard stop. What did I say? Wow. I mean, realistically, something I would realistically find if I were to are you talking about, when you say find, are you talking about discover? Because discover, that would be versus find. That's true. That's true. I could have an east and a west. Yeah, discover. Comet. A comet would be cool to discover. I mean, those are actually achievable. Supernova, like this one that I'm trying to image, that was discovered by I think they're an amateur in Japan. And they've discovered other supernovas. That would be cool. Comet was always something I thought would be interesting. I mean, I remember back in the day, it was very manual, where where people were discovering them, like Levy, as far as I know, he was discovering comets visually, like by just scanning the horizon and in the twilight hours. Something like that. I forget exactly what he did, but it was definitely more intensive. Again, it's like it's refusing to finish this last little corner here, and it's dropping frames a lot. It's like it gets these transform error issues. Don't understand that. Let me see if that's what it's doing. Yeah, transform failed. So weird. That feels like, also feels like a bug with their mosaic code, that like it's not able to match. It would be interesting to analyze the images to see those specific failures, why, like if there was something about them. Is there something you wouldn't believe if you saw it? Oh, my belief system is very flexible, I guess you could say. So I think, I don't know if there'd be anything. I mean, if there was something highly improbable or unlikely, I might second guess myself. I guess that would be the closest where I'm like, do I need to go have a CAT scan because I saw something like something, yeah. But even then, I always try to come up with some kind of explanation of, you know, whenever I see things. Like the funny I've mentioned this on previous live streams, like the time I was out in West Texas, and it was during the day, and like there's that Marfa Lights area where people claim to see, you know, unusual lights near the horizon, or and supposedly have seen it since before cars, but it's one of those kind of semi-touristy things. Anyway, we're kind of out in this area, nobody's around, middle of nowhere, blue skies, nothing in the sky, and I see kind of this thing. It's not a cloud, it's got a hard boundary on it, kind of oval shaped, and it's just sitting there in the sky. And it was funny because it, you know, I kept driving, and then I ended up stopping because it was one of those things where, you know, you watch movies and it's like, you know, I've seen this in a movie before, and it doesn't always end well for the person in the car out in the middle of nowhere with no one else or no witnesses. But in my head, I was like, you know, I remember, and this was like 20 years ago, and I remember I had read an article like a few months before about these blimps, unmanned blimps they had near the border, with kind of radar to kind of catch smugglers crossing the border. And in my head, I was like, that would be the logical explanation, but I wasn't sure. But I had binoculars, and I pulled them out, and I looked at it, and it looked like a blimp. Like you couldn't tell just with your naked eye. It just looked like an oval hovering. But with binoculars, I could see the fins, and so I continued. But I literally stopped by the side of the road because, you know, you're in this incredibly remote area. Like I hadn't seen another car in like an hour, and yeah, so I stopped. But it was like this is what they're fairly sizable, but like if you can imagine, I mean, like look at how big this thing is, like relative to a, oh no, it's that helicopter's in the distance, but still, it's a fairly decent sized thing. So imagine if you're seeing that from a distance, no other features in the sky, and you only see the kind of the hard edge of the oval shape, because it's not like a point source, but it's still kind of small, like just hovering there, because they're tethered with cables, so they don't move even if the winds are blowing. They just kind of sit there hovering. It was one of those things where I had a moment where I was like, yeah, it was a blimp, but it was one of those things where I had a moment where, you know, the rational part of your brain and the non-rational was like fighting, and I came to a stop because I'm like, I see something unexplained in the sky. I don't necessarily believe that it's anything, but I want to look at it safely from a distance with binoculars, or maybe I had like a telephoto lens, like a long telephoto lens, and I was able to zoom in. I forget what it was, but I literally stopped by the side of the road because it kind of weirded me out. Especially, I think it didn't help that I was talking about, you know, the Marfa lights and unexplained phenomena out there, and then suddenly I was like, wait a second, what is that thing hovering in the sky? You know, no, I mean, it was one of those things, like I say, you know, you hear people, it's kind of like, you know, ghost stories, and somebody's telling a ghost story and then they hear a weird noise. It was basically like that. I'm already talking about like these weird things out there, and then I see something in the sky, but it was a blimp, because I ended up driving. After I saw the fins, I kept driving, and then we got closer, and you could see the cable. And I've since been out there a few times and seen them on the ground, so I knew. I had read an article about it beforehand, but it was like in one of those little moments where you're like, what am I seeing here? This does not make sense. But yeah, but it's also one of those things where you know, people have those. It was one of those things where I'm like, if somebody was going to get abducted, this would be the area to do it, because there would be zero witnesses. But yeah, not that I think there's other things to worry about in that area than abductions, like smugglers or whatever. But even then, that area is just so remote in general. It's not necessarily the biggest concern, even that. I mean, because I remember it was around that time we were down by the border, and it's like you could walk across the border. It was just the Rio Grande was like dry. It was just like a creek. There's nothing there. I mean, this was like over 20 years ago. Anyway. I feel like I can almost see the supernova. Like, it should be right around there. Let me see if I can pull up an image I had processed of it. 2146. 2146. There we go. Yeah, I don't. Where did I have the good image, the good processed copies of this? Because I'm only seeing like ones where I just really pushed it. 2146. Okay, here. Was this the one? Okay, I did a negative version of it. Okay, here. Degree and sharpened curves. Okay, this is the one. Let me close this. Okay. Close this. Okay. And so what I'm imaging here is, like, this was from another run where I did over like an hour and a half of data. And it's, I can only zoom in so far, but so like this star here is this star. And then of course that's the galaxy in the dust lane. So that is the supernova right there. And so it should be somewhere in here. And you can, it's hard to tell, like there's a dot there and a dot there, but I think like sometimes it's, you're trying to like look in the noise to see if you can figure out which one is actually real. But this was taken a couple weeks ago, so relatively new supernova. Yeah, I mean, I have heard about like colored meteors. The ones that are interesting are like I wouldn't have like no explanation for it, but one thing that could be kind of interesting to see would be, the one thing that happened was I was in this astronomy club, and actually there were two things. One was an unexplained thing, but that ended up being explained, and then the other one was it was two different times I decided not to go to the meeting. One of them, or the meetup, one of them, there was like a massive like fireball, like not a meteor, but a fireball, and it like explosions. And I'm like, of course I missed that. But another time they saw this thing that was just hovering, and it was at night, and it wasn't moving. So it wasn't a plane. it wasn't a star or planet because it wasn't where anything should be. Anyway, long story short, they ended up kind of like, it was kind of weird, but I guess somebody pointed a telescope at it. Long story short, it was a weather balloon that had been launched, but like one of the bigger ones. And I guess it was at a high enough altitude that it was still lit by the sun, because it was like after like right at the end of twilight, and they could see kind of the payload hanging from below it, but it kind of weirded everybody out. Yeah. Yeah. Stop. Yeah. Yeah. Anything hovering is a thing. Yeah. I mean, it definitely, things should not hang in the sky that, yeah. Um, like, it is just dropping frames and it's refusing to finish this. So part of me is tempted to just stop this and move on to another target with this one. So let's see what we could do over here. Let's see. All turned around here. Okay, so is it even the right time? Okay, sometimes the time, because I'm kind of going forward and backward to try to see what is visible. Okay, that was close enough. Problem is none of the new, although oh, Crab Nebula should be fine. Let's do the Crab Nebula. I haven't imaged that properly in a while, so I'm just gonna stop this mosaic on the right, because it is just dropping frames, which is really unfortunate. That, for me, that's one of the biggest frustrations of the native mosaic mode right now, is it just will start dropping frames and it's not clear to me why. So we'll stop. And okay, so we will go to Crab Nebula, and I'll do half an hour for that. I'll crank up the gain. I'm not doing a mosaic, I'm just doing a normal session. Now, do I want to autofocus? Has the temperature dropped? Yes, the temperature has dropped, so I'll trigger an autofocus. Hopefully that'll work. I don't know. I haven't tried that. That would be interesting. Although, yeah, I don't know. I mean, even without a... I mean, we can try changing the exposure just with a normal image. I can do it on this one, just to see what happens. Because I know there's some things you can change on the fly, and it seems okay. 50% fail rate. That was the last one. That's pretty bad. All right. I'm just waiting for it to start stacking so I can, okay, first frame succeeded. So let's go look at that. And once it gets to a couple of frames, I'm going to go ahead and increase it. Yeah. But the thing that gets me is it's not saying it's trailing, it's saying it can't transform the image. So I'm not sure I understand what that is. So this is a very subjective thing. What alien stories do you find most credible? I'm always conflicted because I grew up watching a lot of those kind of pseudoscience, if you will, TV shows, and I didn't necessarily buy everything, but I guess it's one of those things. I guess it made you think about possibilities, what ifs, whatever, stuff like that. Anyway, that said, a lot of the stories, a lot of things have a explanation. The ones I find more interesting are, and again, I feel like a lot of them have explanations, like people in planes, pilots will see like a planet or something, or like that, the effect when you're like driving along and you're watching the moon kind of through the trees and it seems like the moon's moving just because of not quite optical illusion, but just kind of perspective and whatever. Moving foreground and distant fixed background. But the ones I find intriguing are ones that, and again, I think some of them might be, people might have overstated things or overinflated things, or, but some of them that seemed less explainable are a few of the military related ones that have come out, and not even new ones. Like there's a specific one I can think of that happened many years ago, like in the 70s, that seemed weird. There's a couple other ones. Most of them I am skeptical of, but there's a few kind of around the edges that seem a little odd. Yeah. Like the, yeah, I haven't, yeah, the Tic Tac. And some of them I think I'm not 100% sure about, but there were a few of those that seemed a little kind of hard to wave away. And it was so funny, like some of the coverage of it, it's like, we need to, you know, these are unexplained things, and if it's like some adversary, you know, like some other country, I'm like, that's not some other country. That's not some other country. Unless somebody's like doing something weird, like dragging something behind a rocket or something. I don't know. Just seemed, some of the explanations seemed unlikely. Some of the terrestrial explanations seemed unlikely. Anyway, like I say, I haven't studied it that much, but some of those seemed kind of a little weird. But yeah, like the Tic Tac. Anyway, okay. So this is, so what I wanted to do is, let's go. So this is already, yeah, you can see the structure in it and stuff. That's good. Already showing up pretty well. So let's see if we can break this by changing. Now, since this is AltAz, I don't want to go crazy with exposure, but let me try turning it to 12 seconds. I'm just looking to see if there were any things. So if it did register the exposure change, the integration time calculation will start going weird, I think. No, it still did 10 seconds. Let me see. Maybe it doesn't let you change that while it's in progress. If I tried it, I haven't tried it recently. Yeah, see, it didn't stick. Let me see if I can see an error here by doing it this way. Okay. Okay, what did it do? Just looking at logs to see if it registered anything. And yeah, didn't seem to do anything. So I don't know. I don't know what happened with that. But it didn't seem to do anything. I don't see anything in the logs, and it didn't seem to change anything. I haven't watched many of them. I actually like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Maybe because I saw that one when I was younger, and I always liked that one because it was a different kind of alien movie. I don't know. I thought that was an interesting one. Yeah. And I haven't rewatched all of it, but I've since gone back and watched bits of it, and I'm like, no, I still like this movie a lot. It's just because it's not like a scary alien movie in a way, but it's just, and then how the guy gets obsessed with it, and then just like the thing where he had like a sunburn on one side of his face, you know, like, or where it starts, like when it starts where they're like in Mexico or something, and they're trying to figure out what happened, and just like weird things were showing up, like, what was it? Where they were, they found like some World War II airplanes like in the desert in Mexico, and they were empty and they were pristine, like they were planes that had disappeared. And then I just like this kind of I like that movie just because of the way it was done and the storytelling of it, where it just inexplicable stuff was happening. And I like that one. Yeah, that potato mound. Yeah, exactly. And the music. Yeah, I thought I liked that movie. I liked a lot of it. And then just like funny things like the toll, like where they're chasing like the little ones, the little UFO whatever, and they like go through the toll booth. Like just humorous things like that in that movie. I just like that movie. And what year was that in? That movie was I really like that movie. Mostly because it was just so much of it was ambiguous. 1977. Wow. Yeah. Like there was so much of it where it was just kind of I like that movie a lot. Yeah. it was a neat one, and like I say, just especially that. And actually, as far as funny ones that involve aliens, and I like it just because of the absurdity of it, was actually Men in Black, the original one. Just because I thought the premise was so funny, and just like everything about it, starting with like the origin story of Agent K or whatever. Um, and yeah, I like that movie just because that one was it was funny, and the fact that like the aliens lived in New York because they could blend in better in New York. Just that whole premise, like everything about it, I just found funny about that one. Yeah, yeah, and then the end of the movie, yeah, that was that was like yeah, like so much of that movie. Yeah, it was. I really like that movie. I've seen that one a couple of more than a couple of times just because it was definitely again it was a different kind of alien movie, where it was just kind of yeah like this alternate this stuff that's going on under everybody's noses and nobody and they managed to keep it secret and just everything about it. I like that one. Yeah, the neuralizer or whatever. I've joked about that a few times where it's like, yeah, there's a few times I could have used something like that to forget things. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, like in Men in Black, where it's like the whole thing was just a marble. That was that was I like that one. But again, because it's like it's not the like s- scary alien or manipulative alien or whatever kind of tropes. It was different. And then the fact that there were like different species of aliens and stuff. It wasn't just like one. It was just like a whole bunch, and they're you know living incognito on Earth. I like that movie, and it was funny. It was just everything. I I've seen bits of some of the other movies that came out, but I think the only one I've seen completely was the first one. And that one came out like, was it 25 years ago? The funny thing too, like I ended up uh, going to New York a lot, and 97, so 27 years ago. Jeez. Um, I went to New York a lot, and I often flew into JFK, I think. Anyway, I'd always go by um, that the Queens. What's that park now? Why am I forgetting the name of that park? I've been there so many times. Uh, Corona Park. I remembered it before it came up. Corona Park. Yeah, where it has these structures. Because I drove by it all. I went by it all the time, and I liked how like those were actually UFOs. I mean, just like the whole thing about that movie. I really like that. Yeah, Flushing Meadows Corona Park. So every time I went by them, it reminded me of the movie. um, so yeah, I like that one. Those are probably the main ones. Trying to think. Yeah, those are probably the big ones for me. Just, but again, because they're a little unusual. This is going well. I think this maybe drizzled the extra detail on this one could be good. I want to check this supernova thing again. Okay. So what I'll do is I compare. So you see this triangle, but then like this star isn't quite visible yet. Over here, it's like, when will this? But yet, and like this one is barely visible. So at some point, we should be able to see the supernova, but hopefully. Neuron looking like a galaxy. Yeah. Was that in Men in Black or? Oh. I forget. But I really did like Men in Black. That was a nice movie. Oh yeah. Like the whole thing. I always like. I mean, it's kind of cliche, but whenever they tie in something to like Roswell or whatever, I always find that fun. Yeah, microscope looking macroscopic. Yeah. Or the kind of the larger structures, kind of galaxy filaments and stuff. Yeah. For AltAz, this is doing pretty well, but probably just not much field rotation. I wonder how long I'll let this go. What time is it? Almost 11. And wait, how long has this been going? 45 minutes. Because there was that NGC object. That other NGC. But that was 3079. Oh. Really? Oh, right. Because this was towards the south. Right, okay. I won't start it immediately, but because I don't know how accurate this roof line is. But within an hour, it'll really have cleared, but we probably don't need to wait that long. Maybe in a few minutes, I'll stop. Well, I was going to let the supernova go for half an hour. So, or not half an hour, an hour. So I'll probably stop that at an hour. It's about 15 more minutes. Because I want to next image the Phantom Frisbee, which is such a funny name. So it's going to be in equatorial mode. And yeah. Oh, this is 16th magnitude. 17th magnitude. So I'm going to image something, but I'm going to have to process it. I'll process it after the fact, but I'm kind of so I'll explain what the reason behind it. It was on that list that I started off looking at. This list of what was it? Weirdest cosmic objects. And so here's the galaxy. And then right here is a quasar. Fine. But look, okay. So if I zoom in, it's actually a double quasar. Except it's not a double quasar. It's actually a lensed quasar. And I did the math and I figured it might not be able to, the Seestar might not be able to split these, but it might be able to tell that they're kind of oblong, like it's not a point source. So we're gonna try it. We're gonna see how it goes. But if that works, then we're gonna look at a lensed, again, I won't be able to definitively I see it tonight, but I should be able to process it after the fact and see if I can tell that it's not a point source. So 1.413, and then the other fun thing is, yeah, the thing is 9 billion light years away. So that's the other fun thing. The quasars are 9 billion light years away. So we will see if that shows up. But that's it's in the field of view of the phantom frisbee. But then there's also like this other quasar, which is even further, but it's dimmer. 2.1, which is 10.5 billion light years away. So that one might be a bit of a stretch, but maybe I'll be able to image it, in which case we'll have 2 quasars, one of which is lensed. It's worth a shot. How fast does space stuff move? I mean, I guess it depends. Like on what scale we're talking about, within the solar system or further out, or like stars or galaxies. I mean, the speeds, even, yeah, two things relative to each other can be moving away. But like, I mean, I guess it depends on the frame of reference and what you mean by faster than light. I mean, generally, yeah, but some things can be pretty fast. Even within the solar system, like, what is it? Let's see, 93.6. What is it? Let's see. Yeah, we're Earth is moving at like over 60,000 miles per hour around the sun. So I mean, that's the orbital speed. And then the sun going around the galaxy, orbiting the galaxy, and then galaxies relative to each other. And then like distant objects are moving at really high speed. Yeah, I mean, like it, like if something is at, yes, so like the object that's, billions of light years away, even if you started heading towards it at the speed of light, you would never reach it, because space is expanding faster than light, I guess, distant points. Yeah, and then low Earth orbit, yeah, 17,500. Yeah, I mean, there's what is it called? The what was it called? The anthropogenic was it anthropogenic? No. It's not anthropomorphic. Anthropocentric? No, that's not it. Like, basically, it's kind of like the philosophical thing about, like, something, if something falls in a forest and no one hears it, did it make a sound? Also, like, the whole quantum observer thing. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that, but there was something along those lines having to do with the universe and, you know, yeah, having something that's can observe in the sentient sense of the universe. Yeah, I mean, there's like the whole, that was it, the Gaia hypothesis, the Gaia, was it Gaia? The Gaia hypothesis? Yeah. So then the Earth and its biological systems behave as a single entity. And, you know, you could make the argument, like, whatever they came up with, some of that might have been, I don't know. There's been lots of, I don't want to disparage them, New Age theories over the years, but if you look at, there's a lot on Earth where kind of the physical, the physical world is intertwined with the biological world. So, like, there's a lot of minerals, rocks and stuff that required life, or the biochemistry of life, to exist. So there's physical, like, there's a biosignature, like, even imprinted into rocks in Earth. So from that point of view, if you look at kind of the whole, and you've got, like, you know, certain, well, not to mention like oil deposits, and you have certain kinds of things that might happen, tar pits and whatever, that are, and forget even that, like the composition of the atmosphere is, you know, a life related, a product of life. So when you look at it from that point of view, kind of the Gaia hypothesis would make sense, that like life on Earth has definitely changed Earth from a physical point of view, at least the surface and near surface of Earth. And so, yeah, then of course the environmentalists are like, oh, humanity bad. But then there's the counter hypothesis of like, well, life, I mean, this starts getting a little deep, but like, life on Earth is like, maybe humanity is the intelligence of life on Earth, of Gaia, and that life on Earth will die absent any intervention, just because of the evolution of the sun. But humanity could, or what comes after humanity, could allow life, Earth's life, to continue into the indefinite future, either by modifying Earth, modifying the solar system, or just wrapping it all up in spacecraft and packing our bags and going elsewhere. Anyway, that's a late philosophical thing. No, I don't think so. I mean, there's too many people watching stuff. And that, yeah, that's the counter argument towards some of the, alien life being easy to find. Like, there's too many people who have, could find certain kinds of biosignatures around other stars. Anyway, I have joked about that before. Like, somebody was asking something on on a previous live stream, and I'm like, you've just endangered all of us. The men in black are going to visit all of us. But yeah, it goes up. Yeah, yeah. And who's to say we aren't in the Truman Show? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it's you never know. Okay, so Crab Nebula is done. Now this one I was going to stop at around an hour, and we're about an hour, so I don't see any obvious supernova, but I've collected enough data where I should be able to process it. But I keep hoping that I can grab enough data where at least the view I can show it. Frustration collage. I'm sorry. Sorry. I feel like yeah. Maybe one of these days, Cosmic Hooray, I can kind of like look at some of the issues to try to figure out what they are. And yeah, I need to ping you in Discord about that. Which, speaking of which, I keep forgetting Discord, that cord, all decords. I'm like totally, what do you call it? Getting sidetracked. Not really sidetracked. I'm not, what do you call it? Promoting things, but there is a Discord server if you want to join. We should create, I should create some channel that's video decoder selection, hardware, software. Is this in the app? The hardware decoder? Or video decoder selection? That's interesting. I hadn't heard about that one. So I'm going to stop this one. That's weird. I hadn't heard of that one. Is that new? Was that like, where is it? Is it in settings? Under the telescope settings? Okay. Or are you talking about Alp? No, it wouldn't be Alp. It would be... Okay, let me stop this. Okay, we're at an hour. So we're going to next go see if we can image the Phantom Frisbee. Dun, dun, dun. Image. And Phantom Frisbee. Don't need to do light pollution. Filter. What's the temperature? Has it dropped? I don't think I've focused this one. There are some bright stars here, so we'll try to do that, and we'll do an hour on this one. Should I crank up the gain even more? Maybe I'll crank up the gain even more. What else can I do with this one? Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, exactly. Although then there's that whole meme of like, it's not aliens. It's never aliens. Yeah. But then there's the counter one of like, it's never aliens until it is. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, right. Interesting. Yeah. I'd be interested in seeing some of those screenshots. Sorry, I'm on the Discord server. Just, oh yeah, so there was, someone posted in the Discord server about this, this Jui, what do you call it? This is not what I want to do. This Jui harmonic drive, which is a lot cheap. It's a lot cheaper than the like the AM5, the ZWO AM5. So I haven't actually watched this video yet, and I'll share the link to it. That I'm kind of intrigued by this one because it's like $1,000 or so, which is a lot cheaper than like the AM5. But be interesting. Okay. All right. Allegedly, it is imaging, so let's go live and see what it comes up with. Now we need to figure out something for this one. Yeah. Although you could, yeah, no, I know. It's some Discord servers I just catch up because I'm not going to go look at everything. All right, so here is the galaxy. So let's get our bearings here. And is it actually imaging? Okay, yeah, it's actually imaging. So, just trying to get my bearings. All right. So there should be, actually what I need to do is put it like over here. Okay, so I think I got my bearings. Okay, yeah. So that one, the one quasar should be, actually there's this quasar. It's way too dim, but so just to give an idea of where it is, it should be, it'll be somewhere over here, I guess, once I have a lot more data. So now I need to just figure out what I'm going to do with the right scope. I mean, you could always send them to me directly if you want. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Now, what's this? Twinkling comet cluster. Oh, and just like that. Oh no, the time is off a little bit. Oh, it's close. Any moment now, the Orion Nebula should be visible. What else? Just looking over here to see what I can see. Could do the monkey head. I'll do the monkey head. That's a nice, easy one. Or do I want to try to do a jellyfish native mosaic? Maybe I'll do a jellyfish native mosaic. I think I'll just do the monkey head. Keep it simple. So quickly go. Image. Monkey head. I'll do 30 minutes because that'll give some good data, and then Orion will be in a position, and then maybe I'll do a mosaic of that, of the Orion Nebula. Discord to Discord. Let's see. Let me see. Sorry, I swear oh yeah. Yeah, I mean I can, yeah. Okay. Okay, well at least that's working. And yeah, that is Orion coming up. So that's why I did the monkey head just for a little bit. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. I wonder if Lori's is... Because that's the one I want to get more time on, actually. Let me stop the monkey head. That sounds strange, but... Yeah, I want to do more on Lowry's, because I feel like I've gotten plenty on the monkey head. Or Lauer's Nebula. Although... I feel like I need to have it aligned a little bit differently. So let me stop this. Meanwhile, the galaxy is slowly showing. Okay, so let's go image. And so this is actually Lauer's Nebula. I just picked a different point to center it a bit better. I'll do that for half an hour, 120, light pollution filter, go. That one's I'm actually more interested in. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean I've had good luck with the handoff between the two. I mean, especially now that there's that dedicated guest screen where you can go release control more easily. Okay, so will it stack? Will it succeed or will it fail? Oh, that's good. It succeeded. That's encouraging. Now, so tonight I was, even though it is a Sunday night, I wasn't necessarily going to go super late, like till 2 in the morning, but I did want to start imaging this, the Phantom Frisbee, because I wanted to try to get that quasar. Because I'm very, very intrigued. Like I say, it's a long shot. It's probably beyond a long shot, but hey, you know, actually it's not beyond a long shot. Where it'll come down to is how, I mean, I figured out how close they were to each other, and I don't think I'll be able to split them, but the question is if I'll be able to determine that it's not a point source, but like if it's more elongated. So we'll see. And one thing, next time I need to make sure I put the light pollution filter, I mean the dew shield on it to try to mitigate the any incident light. Okay. So, okay, these are those stars. then there should be... So here's the one galaxy. And there's this bright star. And then this star is this, and that star is that, I believe. So the galaxy ends somewhere around here, I think. And then so maybe somewhere in there the quasar will be, or quasars. And there actually, I mean, there'll be the double quasar at 17th magnitude, and then this one's 17.5, which again will be... Oh, and there's even a quasar over here, 16th magnitude. That one's also pretty far. It's just quasars. You get a quasar, and you get a quasar. And there's a quasar up here. Jeez, there are a lot of quasars in this area. Well, I mean, there's quasars everywhere. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Yeah, I need to update mine. Maybe I'll do that before tomorrow's live stream. At the risk of causing issues. I mean, assuming I have a live stream, let me double check that the forecast hasn't shifted again. I mean, there will be a chance of cloud cover, but we'll try. We will try. Yeah, tonight ended up being the better night. But so tomorrow's, hopefully it's, I mean, these almost look like cirrus clouds, which is fine. I can kind of work around cirrus, but if you look at this after that, it isn't showing clear weather until maybe next Monday or Tuesday, like the 9th or 10th. So I'll have to come up with something else for a live stream. Maybe I'll work on the remote code. The new idea I had for remote scopes. Yeah, so somewhere out here will be the quasar, at least the one quasar, and then, but more realistically, that one is 13th magnitude. So somewhere should be, and then this, so there's this galaxy, but then this one isn't even in stellarium. Like, it always gets me when I see these just random galaxies and you can't even, actually, let me look that up. So that's NGC 3079. Oh, sorry. Aladdin. So it was NGC 3079. Right. All right. Well, thanks for joining, Cosmic Ray. Have a good evening. NGC Latin Light 3079. So this one Okay. So this one is NGC 3073, but then there's this. Wait, is that right? Am I looking at that right way? Yeah, so this is an NGC, but then this thing is here, but it's not in Stellarium. So I end up looking here to see if I can figure out what it even is. So let's look at Gaia. Gaia usually it's probably not Gaia. Maybe 2 mass. Okay, 2 mass has it. Okay. Doesn't have a redshift. Sometimes it's detective work to try to figure out what it even is. Nope. So there's no redshift on this. But does Gaia know about it? No, Gaia doesn't know about it. But Gaia is mostly stars. So why doesn't 2 mass have it? That's annoying. Yeah, so there's been plenty of times where I've tried to figure out what one of these like random things is, but no luck. Anyway. What surprised me the most? I don't know. Depends on in what sense. Let's see. So this Lauer's Nebula is definitely shaping up. I'll let this run for how long did I schedule? It's too bad I only did this for half an hour. I should definitely do this for longer. Oh, searching skies. I don't know. I guess how many things, well, like the galaxy I was just looking at, like how many things are in surveys where there haven't been any measurements of it, like there's no documented redshifts because there's just so many objects in the sky that they haven't even, like, even ones that are relatively bright that I've been able to image with the Seestar. I can't figure out how far away they are, like, because there's no redshift numbers in any of the databases I've searched. I think I find that surprising. Like, I guess I assumed more things would have been more things of a certain brightness would have been measured already. Maybe. Okay, so let's see. So many quasars. Okay. me pause time here. And let's see. Okay, that's a 17th magnitude. That is a 14th magnitude. I'm just curious how faint of an object. So that star at the cursor is a 14th magnitude. And I think that's the one. And then this star is having a hard time. That star is also about 14th magnitude. And these are probably about 14th magnitude. No, sometimes it ends up, okay, yeah, that's 14 and a half is this one. And let's see. 14th, okay. And let's see, just trying to get my bearings here. So if that goes there, just again trying to get my bearings. That's 15th. And I'm guessing this is also 15th. And this is 14th. Okay. Okay, what is this? It's 11.7. Let me zoom in here. Wait a second. That 55. Okay. So the field of view of this is 1 arc minute. Yeah, that's going to be a challenge, but at least I'll be able to I should be able to see the image. In the case of comets, yes. I think for other objects like asteroids and stuff, I don't think the person isn't named after it. People can be named after asteroids, but it's, I think, usually kind of in recognition of something. Sometimes it's posthumously, but comets definitely you can be named after. I mean, comets are named based on the discoverer. a lot of times. Yeah, yeah, they're named after the discoverer. Yeah, so if I'm reading this right, if I'm reading this right, 1507. Yeah, it's, I think the quasar would be somewhere in this area, I think. Or maybe not even that far. Let me make sure I'm... Oh, okay. Okay. So... yeah. So probably somewhere in there is the quasar. Or this particular double one. Yeah. What I end up doing a lot of times with these, or what I've been doing recently, is let me load up one that's really faint. Cancel. Let me bring up the dev version. So what I do is I'll bring up Cyril. And actually, let me go to this. Yeah, okay, this is right. So in the case of this other quasar I had imaged, I mean, this is kind of a hot mess as far as the stretching, mostly because I was trying to push what I could see. I mean, I was trying to stretch like very faint objects, and I had some terrible gradients. So, but what I ended up doing is I plate solved it, and then I was able to kind of move around until I got the right coordinates of this one specific quasar, which is this one, which is like how far was it? It was like 12.9 billion light years away, I think. That one. But that, like, I had to plate solve it first, and then I could, like, looking in the lower right here, you can see the coordinates as you move the mouse around, or the pointer, and so I could figure out, you know, the arc seconds and minutes. And actually, that's good to see. So, okay, these are arc seconds here. Let's see. Let me zoom in, zoom way in. So that is 44 and 38. 44. Wait, that's 44. And that's, I've moved an arc second. So that's interesting. So that's, see these two things? They're about an arc second apart from each other. Maybe 2 arc seconds. And you can distinguish that they're 2 points. Well, the quasar that I'm looking for, or this quasar here, this double is so this one is 38.8 and this one is 33.8, so it's supposedly 5 arc seconds, although it looks like it's less than that, like the two. stars there. So maybe it's only 3. 38.8. Maybe it's only 2 or 3 arc seconds apart. But in here, I can tell these are 2 discrete things, and yet they're only like a couple arc seconds apart. So theoretically, I should be able to tell that quasar is 2 separate points. They'll kind of be blended together like this, but I should theoretically be able to tell that once I process it. So yeah, I mean, I think it would be cool to discover a comet and be named after it. Of course, it would be less cool if it turned out. Can you imagine, like, if the comet you discover is the one that like you discover one that ends up hitting Earth or something, or that would be bad. That would be, you wouldn't want to have your name on that. But that would be it would be interesting otherwise to be named after a comet, or to have a comet named after you. Yeah, it would be definitely bad if, yeah, it's like the one that like crashes into Earth is the one you found. It's like, oh, I had nothing to do with it. You obviously think it was somebody else. It was someone else. Let's see. Yeah, so these grids are 5 arc seconds. So, yeah, theoretically, I should be able to tell that those 2. I mean, there won't be necessarily a lot of separation, but I should be able to at least have a situation like this where I can kind of tell that it's not a single point, which would be cool to image a lensed quasar 9 billion light years away. So that's the mission on the left. It's a slightly more ambitious than imaging Lauer's nebula, but why not? Yeah, no record of it. Yeah, or deny it. Yeah. Yes. If that was your suggestion, Seiko, thank you, because I'm using that now like crazy, and I want to say I knew that existed, but I forgot. And then, if you were the one who reminded me, thank you. And maybe I didn't know, and then you. But yeah, now I'm using it all the time. But then it led me down a rabbit hole, because, so this is the funny thing. So this SDS, oops. If you look at this, you want to talk rabbit holes here. This, where am I looking? Let me find the, it was, yeah, it was this name. So this, see, is it blocked out? No. Okay, so what's interesting is when I look this up, this object number, I don't know if I entered it in incorrectly or something, but this is actually wrong, because this number is actually the coordinates. So it's 160143, and this is actually pointing at 32. And this is 150237, and that's not even close to what this is. But then there's this other one that is basically about the coordinates I would expect, but it's got this weird coordinate which isn't right, because it's 16017. Maybe that's how they recorded it before. But notice the redshift is 0.65. And so, speaking of rabbit holes, I'm like, I was curious where that data came from. It's checked into the Stellarium source code, and it's been there for years. And there's this online database of quasars, the Vizier database, and I couldn't find that number. I couldn't find any references to this except in the Stellarium source code. And I'm like, is that a truncated SDSS number? And why does it say the redshift is 0.65? I'm like, maybe I was looking at the wrong, maybe the quasar isn't as far as I thought it was, because this is about the coordinates of the one I thought I was looking at. Well, I dug further and further, and I'm like, I don't know where this redshift is from. I think this is wrong. I think maybe the initial measurement was wrong when they put it in Stellarium source code, because when I hunted down the SDSS number or object that I thought I had imaged, it did confirm that it was the 12.9 billion light year away quasar. So I'm not sure what this number is, because 0.65 is a lot closer. I mean, it's not close, but it's 6 billion light years away. It's practically in our backyard. But I mean, compared to 12.9, that's a huge difference. So I was like, anyway, it might be a mistake in Stellarium, as near as I can tell. Because when I actually go to the source database, the SDSS catalog, it seems to be anyway, it was a rabbit hole. But I was like just trying to verify that I had imaged something as far away as I thought I had. And after doing research, I think I can confirm that it was what I thought it was. Anyway, what drives me? Curiosity, as I kind of went down the rabbit hole of figuring out the quasar, like some of this quasar information. It's kind of like, I don't like, oh, did this finish? This finished. So let us admire this before the screen goes away to the preview screen, and then we can go. I was going to do a, yeah, so that's done. And while this is still running, I'm going to go ahead and do an Orion Nebula mosaic. Okay. I think I'll do an Orion Nebula. Time is wrong, so there, and resume. Okay. So this should be well visible. I'm just making sure there's nothing else here. But yeah, this should be really visible now. So I'm leaning towards doing another mosaic of Orion, because that's always nice to look at. Or do I see that? Oops, did not mean to do that. And then of course there's always the Casper the Friendly Ghost, but it's a smaller nebula. Although was this the one I actually had put down? Let me look at my list. Maybe I had imaged, or I had thought about imaging this. Is it this? The problem is it's like a reflection nebulas, that could be a bit more challenging. So maybe I'll stick to Orion. Do I? What's down here? Oh, or do I want to do this? Maybe I do this. So that's a reflection nebula. That's a reflection nebula. Problem is, let me turn on this view. What is that? See, that's, yeah, too faint. So I think maybe I'll stick with, actually, let me go look at what areas. Let's see. See, the Christmas tree cluster, it's still kind of low, but once that's up higher, that'll be a good one. What's this one? Oh, that's a seagull. Okay, so we'll just do Orion. But what I'm gonna do is I'll do it from using the panorama. I mean, not panorama, mosaic. Let me see. Overwhelmed? I mean, I guess it depends about what. Sometimes I get overwhelmed, not. I guess it depends. Let me see. Now, I'm not gonna switch back over to this. I'm just gonna quickly go to M42. And okay, so we'll compose it, make it a little larger, rotate it a bit. And how long will this take? It says 0.8 hour. Not sure if I'll run the full 0.8 hour, but we'll see. We'll go to yeah. Yeah, no, unfortunately I don't have that kind of reach on my telescope unless they're local aliens. And I don't mean that in the human sense. I'm just saying like the Men in Black. Okay. All right. All right. Oh, nice. Okay, so I'm kicking off the mosaic, but then I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna release control so that we can view it over here. All right. Okay, cool. That was fast. It is a very bright target, though. So hopefully this will work well. All right. All right, let's claim control and then go live view. There we go. So that's already looking nice. I kind of scaled it up a bit So, let me see. Let's see. Yeah, cool. So that's going. All right. All right, cool. So, okay, this is that one galaxy that I wasn't able to find. Let me shut off that view. But this galaxy is this one right here, like this little faint smudge. And so the galaxy should end around here. Yeah, somewhere around here, which would mean I think this star is this. Oh, and this, there we go. So these two stars are 15th magnitude, are these two things, I believe. But then, what is all this? What is all that? One thing I've noticed with some of these catalogs is some of the views you don't get. Like, you won't see certain stars that are clearly there. Okay, so this is... Okay. So, for whatever reason, stellarium. Okay, so we have these, and then we have these three. These three are those three. So really, if you notice how it kind of continues on and arcs over there, somewhere around here, I mean, it's too faint, you can't see it yet, but somewhere in there will be this quasar. About equal distance, so it should be somewhere around there. And I can see these. What magnitude is this? Sometimes let's see, pause. Okay, that is 16th oh, not quite 16th magnitude. And you can barely see it. It's, I think, that spot. And what I'm shooting for is another magnitude dimmer than that. So I can kind of see. So the visibility is somewhere past. It's past 15th magnitude, what I can see. I mean, in this stretched view, I mean, the default stretch without processing it. And actually what we can do is maybe this would be a good time for me to just 32 sigma. Undo 2 sigma 30. Is that right? Okay, so let me restart. I need to make this parameterized so I can more easily view it. I mean, change it on the fly rather than have to restart. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining, Sean. Appreciate it. Have a good evening. And space is quite big. um, and hello, Luis. How are you? How's it going? Thanks for joining. Okay. Yeah. Good night, Sean. Thanks for joining. And okay, so that is like a 15th. Oops. That is this that's this, which I think is that? Okay, 15.7. So I'm barely able to see that. And then the thing should be somewhere over there. And then 5803. Yeah, so these two are about 3 arc seconds apart from each other. And you can tell they're two objects. And this will be similar distance apart, maybe slightly closer, but we should be able to tell. Now, I don't think I'll be able to view it tonight, but once I get enough data, I should be able to process it. Yeah. So it should be somewhere in there. So how long has this one been going? 52. I'll just let this one run. Maybe I'll let it run until this one is more filled in. Because that would be cool if, I mean, again, I might not be able to view it with the live stack, but if we can somehow, like if I can process it, which I should be able to process it and get it visible, but imaging a double quasar or a gravitationally lensed quasar. And it is Q0957 plus 561A. Yeah, the twin quasar. So it was discovered, it was the first identified gravitationally lensed double quasar. Okay, it's separated by 6 arc seconds. So we should be able to, it should be it should be something we can tell. Let's see. How far are these things apart? No, these are closer to 10 arc seconds apart. No. Worse than that, they're like 20 arc seconds apart. But we'll see. We'll see what it comes up with. But theoretically, I should be able to see that it's oblong. Theoretically. what's interesting is there's a 417-day lag between the two images. So if they see something happen with one of them, the other one it'll happen like 13 months later or so. 14 months, somewhere in there, 13, 14 months. Yeah. So yeah, this will be interesting. Let me take a sip of water here. Always forget. No, I'm using a fairly extreme kind of live stretch. So that's why this one has like where the noise is like a lot more visible. Mostly because I'm trying to bring out more detail in this one. Yep. Oh man. Yep. But yeah, thanks. If for those who are new, if you haven't liked the video, please like. It does help the channel a lot, and I do greatly appreciate it. And there's also a Discord server for where we share images and other things. So let me go. Speaking of which, I haven't been paying attention to the live stream. I mean to the Discord server. All right. Okay. So yeah. Making progress. All right. So this one, like I say, I want to let this one run until it's a little bit more filled in. The images are captured in a kind of clockwise. Is it clockwise? Yeah. So notice it went down here. So if it starts moving across, that's fine. I want it to kind of get further up here to try to fill in some of the area around the running man. So we'll see, maybe 15 minutes, half an hour more on this one, and then I'll stop this one once this one gets a little bit more data. Because let's see. Just checking my screen over there. But yeah, that like I was saying earlier, I probably will do a live stream tomorrow evening, but we'll see how the conditions are. I'll probably do it one way or the other, but it might not be as good of an evening from an imaging point of view, but we'll try. Okay, so this is kind of rounding around. Slowly but surely. Kind of working its way up this way. And then it'll work its way back up here. At least that's the theory. So what else? What else? Let us see. We're getting there. It is, I still find it interesting that this little galaxy here, it isn't even clear what it is. Couldn't find it anywhere. But I'll have to dig around a little deeper. This one is an NGC object, but this one, unclear. Wasn't in the, well, it was in the SDSS catalog, but it doesn't have a redshift, so not sure how far away that is. And actually, how far away is NGC 3079? $50 million light years away, so not a crazy distance, but not exactly. I wouldn't want to have to walk it. Let's put it that way. That would be a long walk. Be kind of like a, yeah, no, that, is it like really low in your sky, M31? I mean, because that could be cool. I mean, might as well take advantage of it. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'm just curious. Is it something that's? Oh, right. That would do it. Yeah, I mean, you might as well. I mean, it is a pretty what do you call it? I mean, it is the brightest non-satellite galaxy, I guess, of so it is now would you shoot it with the Seestar or something else? Because the only disadvantage with the Seestars is it's just so big in the field of view that even with like the mosaic, it just takes time to get enough data. Okay, this is rounding up. Oh, nice. Yeah, I say go for it. You could, I imagine you could get something really nice with that. Might as well take advantage of it. I mean, So you never know when it's going to be clear. I mean, like if you don't have many days where you can see it, might as well take advantage of it. Now I'm kind of curious. So M31 is, what in the world? I'm zoomed in that much. Okay. So M31 is, let me turn it off that survey. Okay, M31 is plus 41. Okay, so Triangulum is a lot more achievable for you than, because the declination's a lot lower. Yeah, there's always that. What about Triangulum? Have you imaged that much? Because that could be that's a, man, what all is in there? There are so many objects in there. Okay, so that's coming together nicely. Again, the stretch is just kind of a little excessive, but it's because I want this one to I'm trying to look for something in this area here. So I've got it on kind of ridiculous stretch. At the rate this is going, just maybe it'll be able to fill in more of this. So we'll see. Of course, if it starts getting those transform errors, who knows? All bets are off. Now, I said I'd keep going with this, but I think I'm not going to go any longer than another half hour or so. Just because I started thinking I've got to get up in the morning. Actually, I need to check to make sure I don't have a meeting first thing. That would be unfortunate. In which case, I would be very tired in that meeting. I have 240 unread notifications. That's spectacular. No. Good. I have an early meeting. Yeah, don't have any early meetings. That's good. That happened to me on a previous live stream where I realized as I was going to bed that I had a meeting in like 4 hours. I was like, oops. Hate it when that happens. Well, this is making us progress. Slowly but surely. Yeah, if you, like I was saying, like I've said, if you haven't liked the video, please like it. Even if, yeah, even if it's not for much longer, it does help subsequent videos. And helps the, and like I should be doing a live stream tomorrow evening, so it'll help kind of help prime the pump maybe for the next one. Yeah, I was speaking of RASAs. I know you've talked about this, about trying to dial in the settings on it, and I was watching a video where the person was talking about having an Edge HD, and they got the Hyperstar with it. And I am kind of intrigued by that combination, just because of the flexibility, where you can run it with the Hyperstar or run it without the Hyperstar. But That's not a 2024 thing. But that is okay. So that finished. Now the question is, how many more frames does it do here before? Okay, it did another one to put in more data here before it like bounces down here, because really there's no point in it continuing and doing like too much over here, I guess. I guess it depends on where it did add another frame. But at what point does it kind of start going down and then so 103. And I mean, I don't see any evidence that it actually has added any data here. Like this noise right here doesn't seem to be changing. Maybe it is. At some point it should start coming down here. It's getting closer. There we go. It's starting to come down this side now. Yeah, it's slowly filling in data. Like I see some of the noise going down right here, but then at some point it should drop down a little further. Oh wow, that was a big jump. Well, that's good. And then maybe another frame to fill in all this noise. And getting there. It's weird. Like the stack count is going up, but I don't see any. Like this is still looking kind of noisy. we go. So now it's closed. Now it's just filling in some data here. And then it'll, at some point, finish up that corner. Let's see. Where? All right. So it's getting there. Yeah, so what else? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be necessarily imaging the quasar tomorrow night, but I might process the image tomorrow night. This one from the side to see what we can get out of it. Because I do really want to try to get the double quasar. Or the twin quasar, which is what do you call it, gravitationally lensed. Just because I think that's cool. Yeah. How much data do I have on this one yet? Or already? Over an hour, so that's good. 380 frames. And with this one, I have this one, which I definitely was able to image. This one actually had 937 frames. Yeah. But I was able to image that supernova with like an hour and a half of data, and that was like 16 and a half magnitude. So I should be able to get the quasar with hopefully an hour and a half of data. This has got a pretty good drop rate. Okay. Let me see. Let's see. So what's the what's happened with the tilt? Because you just can't get in to adjust the tilt screw or something? Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of narrow. Or wide, depending on how you, I guess. No, I forgot. I need to be looking up at this. So yeah, the double quasar is somewhere in here. The twin quasar somewhere. So this will be, I think I'll end up processing that tomorrow. What is going on with... No, it's still running. Skies look pretty crisp, all things considered. I mean, for my lousy backyard, it looks pretty good actually. Okay, this is almost done on the bottom. And then it has to go. And yeah, I might, yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll end up ending it before the I was saying I wanted to end it before 1 a.m. Local time. It's 12:30, but I might end it a little earlier than that, just because I need to shut down all my equipment and bring it in before I go to bed. But I mean, besides the fact this is very noisy, this is going okay. Right. Well, that sucks. Yeah, that's yeah, I had seen, yeah, that I was reading, or I was watching a video about that, about the RASA and yeah, tilt, and yeah. So it definitely started making me rethink that. Not that was in the budget for this year, but in case it was in the budget in the next couple of years, I was kind of like, I mean, I'm usually too impatient, I think, so that's definitely kind of works against me in that case. Let us see. Yeah, I think I might start shutting things down in about 10 minutes. Just looking at the timer. But yeah, because tomorrow I'll do a live stream, maybe some observing, maybe some processing, and play it by ear. But I hope before I pull, okay, good. I was like, I hope before I pull the plug on it that it actually starts closing up some of these gaps. But it should be able to mostly get this cleared, and then maybe as it comes around here, that'll be around the time to start the stream. Yeah, what was it? Chris with a C said he had to get up at 2 or go to work at 2, and it would be funny if I was still streaming at that point, but I'm not going to be up that late tonight. Not tonight. right. So, yeah, this is starting to finish up. And I swear I see a dot there, which I think is but yeah, depending on how this goes tonight, my plan is I'll probably hold off on processing it until tomorrow's live stream, so can see if I actually captured it. Maybe I'll do that first thing, and then if I do want to get more data from it, actually what I need to do is switch to this view. Yeah, so I think, what brightness is this? 15.1. What else might be similarly? But yeah, so it's kind of hard to tell, but there's kind of this bluish, whitish pixel at the tip of the mouse there. I think that's the double quasar, the twin quasar, but again, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to process it to make it visible. The question is whether or not it will be clearly not a point source, or if it will be just a point source. I think it's the 2 points are far enough apart from each other that it will at least appear like a slightly oblong target, but it might end up being subtle, so we'll see. It would be an interesting, it would definitely be interesting to image a gravitationally lensed quasar with the Seestar from inside the city with Portal 9 skies. That would definitely be, that might be, we could chalk that up to like stress test, I think. I think that seems like a stress test. Yeah, that's definitely, I don't think that's an artifact. I think that is a star. So, it's getting so close to finishing this corner. The drop rate is not too bad, but we'll see. Yep, there. It's starting to chomp away at the corner. So it might actually be able to complete it. We'll see. Not to jinx it or anything. Oh, one thing I had mentioned, I was going to I have this mini PC running Linux, and I was going to boot it into Windows, or I was going to set up Windows on it. But anyway, long story short, I got a new, like a really cheap NVMe, and I'm going to swap it out, and I'm almost ready to go on it. I burned the, or put the Windows install or live boot ISO on a thumb drive, and I just need to swap out the SSD. So maybe just maybe tomorrow, if not tomorrow, maybe the next live stream I'll or the following live stream I'll have a Windows computer again where I can test out some Windows specific software. So we will see. I mean, some of the Astra software I was looking at, a lot of it runs under Mac. but some of it, there were one or two one specifically that was Windows only, but it ran under Wine, so I potentially could run it on the Mac, but there were some others where it didn't necessarily run under Wine. So, and then plus I ran into an issue with the Seestar Astro software. It's Seestar Astro software runs on. There is a Mac binary, but it's Intel. And although if you have Rosetta installed on your Mac, you can run it. The issue I ran into is, I guess I had seen apparently, however the binary is generated at this point, Rosetta doesn't cache the translation, so it has to redo it every time. So it takes like a minute to start up or more every time. And so I was wondering why it was so slow to start. And I've seen other people running it on Windows, and it was much, much faster. And so that's another reason for me to get that Windows computer running. Cool. So this is just about filled in. It's still like cutting down some of the noise in the corner. But yeah. But yeah, so at this point I could stop it at any moment, and I mean, a lot of the corner noise will clean up, but at least it's complete. And this one definitely, that white dot is definitely, I'm 80% sure that's the quasar, the twin quasar. But again, the big question will be, will it resolve into at least an oblong point, or will it just be a single point? But even if it's a single point, at least that'll be something. Even if it's not the something I had hoped for. But yeah, right there at the tip of the mouse, this thing. So yeah. Well, yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Like I say, tomorrow I plan on having another live stream. I might collect more data on this twin quasar, but at the very least I'll process the data tomorrow. The skies should be decent here. Let me see what the very latest update is. Yeah, see, like, it looks like a chance of clouds, but these clouds look like very faint, so maybe if they're cirrus clouds it'll be okay. And even then it looks like the conditions will get better by around 8 or 9 p.m. So I'm not sure when I'll go live. 7 at the earliest, 7 US Central at the very earliest. Today it was closer to 8, so I might do that again. But then, like I was saying, I won't have any clear skies for quite a few days. At least not in the evenings. And it's supposed to rain later in the week anyway, so yeah, let's go back and for a final view of it. But yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for the evening. Thanks for joining. If you haven't liked the video, like and subscribe, please do that. It helps the channel a lot, and like I was saying, it kind of primes the pump for future videos. Yeah, I think I'll call it an evening. Thanks everybody for joining, and I will see you. I'm just checking some things before I start the end. And hopefully this will actually work this time, but It may not, but we'll try. But yeah, thanks for joining, and I will see you next time. Thanks. Bye. And